City and Lords. Watch out.
Well, this time yesterday it was England in trouble. This time today it's West Indies in trouble. And we all know what happened yesterday in the end. There's some work to be done here by both teams still. One of those ones where you just have to rely on Hawkeye, rely on the umpire, of course, making that initial decision. Our DRS men in the crowd gave their verdict. England delighted that that initial decision was upheld. So 95 for 6. Joshua Da Silva makes his way out there. He shows stern resistance, stubborn resistance at the end in Barbados. But it needs something more than that here, I would suggest. 2 balls left in the over. Good line, good length, making the batsman play, drawing him forward.
Renewed vim and vigour since the lunch break for the England players.
Will keep the strike.
Keep going, lads, keep getting around.
96 for 6. Well, again, very similarly to yesterday, the outstanding views of this gorgeous island will be obscured now by a slightly ugly-looking card. Tom Campbell will take little solace in the fact that he was top scorer in this array of low scores, but a lot depends now on what Mayers, Da Silva, the tail can glean from the rest of this innings.
Right arm over.
Just enjoy the views. Enjoy the views. The cricket will take care of itself.
The cricket certainly has been entertaining since the first ball of the first day. Right through up to this very moment. And everyone who is fortunate to be here yesterday and today would have seen some good cricket. More so with the ball than the bat.
Well, you can't overlook the extraordinary performance of England's last wicket pair last night. Leach and Mahmood. People back in London, people back in the UK tweeting out all sorts of praises.
And why shouldn't they? That certainly was the highlight of the England innings. Take away that last partnership of 90 runs. England would have been dismissed for, what, maybe 120?
Yeah, indeed. That was the threat. If Leach had been caught, squeezed to Myers at first slip, who put it down. Could have been a very, very different story. Extrapolations from 99 for 6 don't take you up to 200. That obviously got turned on its head yesterday. Don't know if you have the same faith in West Indies last wicket doing the same sort of thing, but I'll leave you to be the judge of that, Kurt. Anyway, 6 down for 96. It's Mayers and Da Silva now doing their best to add what they can.
Apart from Kyle Mayers and Joshua Da Silva, who are at the crease at the moment, I'm quite sure that Alzari Joseph, who can bat a bit, Kemar Roach can stick around for a while, score a few runs as well. They probably be saying to themselves, if 10 and 11 can do it, We are both 9 and 10. We're supposed to be able to do it as well. So there's hope.
You're a great man for hope.
Nice sack, nice sack.
Well, if you need reminding of, we'll call them heroics. The heroics of this last wicket partnership for England yesterday evening. Leach and Mahmood just kept going and going and going. Leach played some seriously good shots. Significant ones as well. All came to an end right in the last over of the day with Mahmood on 49. Bold looking for that 50. .96 for 6 still.
Your time here, Woksy boy. What's in this, bud?
Yeah, at the moment the gap between the two sides crucial, absolutely crucial. At this stage, we have a low-scoring game. 4 wickets in hand, so the balance is with England as we speak. Right, Wokes round the wicket. Guided down, it's safe. It's going to run away down towards that third man boundary nicely. Brings up the 100 for West Indies, still 6 down, of course.
Four welcome runs to Kyle Mayers and the West Indies. And every single run is so precious at this time. The closer the West Indies on 4, or if they can manage to get past it, which will be more important. But for now, it's about occupying the crease, eking out every run you can.
That's the one you've got to be careful of. You have 2 in a row there, don't you? One where he's just got behind the line, just length ball, which he's able to defend comfortably. This is just that little bit fuller. Still nothing like a full half volley by any stretch of the imagination, but a little bit fuller, just a little bit lower. And then the heartbeat starts to rise. As a batsman, you see it just not quite bouncing as you expect. As long as you can drop the bat like that, you're okay. If you've got to bring the bat down at all across the line to cope and compensate, that's when the problems happen. Ooh, it's close to the head again. We saw John Campbell this morning, earlier today, a couple of times.
The technique for most of the West Indies batsmen in terms of playing the short pitch delivery is not good at all. Soon as the ball pitched short, more often than not, they turn their head away. You have to watch that ball from the time it hit the pitch until it gets close to you, and then you react accordingly.
Shall we pop out there at tea and demonstrate? Would you like to have another crack at it? I'll bowl, you bat.
Well, I think I can handle you, David.
Everyone can handle me, don't worry. What pace are you nowadays?
No pace whatsoever.
Good, we'll do it then. Goes to the pull shot. And makes pretty good contact with that one. Nothing wrong with the response there to that particular short ball. Enough of ducking for now. Just waiting for the signal just to confirm whether that's hit the boundary on the full, whether it's 4 or 6. Just need to get that done.
Certainly was a good shot this time from Kyle Mayers. It was pitch short and he watched it all the way, which was key, and hit it well in front of square over mid-wicket for, well, 4 or 6, waiting for confirmation. But that is the way to play. You got to watch it all the way, and he did well.
Get the signal right now. So that's a way. It's a good way to finish the first hour of this afternoon session here at the National Stadium. Confirmed it was 6, 106 for 6 it is, and time for Blue Waters drinks.
Mahmood to continue. A little bit of reverse swing, perhaps, Ian Bishop.
Hello, Mark. Hello, everyone. Didn't bounce and carry and nip back. A lot of wobble seam and cross seam delivery served up by England today.
Been really impressed with Saki Mahmood. Oh, that terrific spell late on in Bridgetown. Picked up a couple of wickets. That flat surface. Almost made 50. His maiden test match 50. His maiden 50 in only cricket yesterday. And has looked the goods today again with the ball.
Yeah, the time you use this surface, I think it invites a significant discussion. The two flat surfaces that we saw in Antigua and Barbados. So, look, I'm not being critical. I'm just trying to analyze the situation. Whenever you want bounce and pace, if you're the West Indies seamers, you want it. The game is better for it as a viewer, as a bowler. But then the question arises about the batting side of it. Come back to it.
No.
From a West Indies perspective, you're happy the bowlers are getting something to work with. But can the batsmen cope on the other side with that bounce? It's why, as I looked at the last wicket partnership yesterday, I sort of felt aggrieved. What is the ceiling of the West Indies batting lineup on a helpful surface? They went past 200 twice against South Africa and Pakistan, only twice last year. Challenges. You want the bounce, but the batting.
Wait on.
Short ball taken on by Da Silva. But I mean, England have had exactly the same sort of challenges, really. They've put big scores on the board, and this tour, 13 past 300 until we got to first innings in Antigua. And again, yesterday, put into bat on a pitch that we all thought was going to offer plenty for the bowlers. They were dismissed, or should have been dismissed, for under 150. Excellent work again from Mahmood. Almost 106 for 6. Chris Wokes been panned in the early part of this series, but has found some joy at last. 7 overs, 3 for 20, that spell from the River End. He'll be replaced by Craig Overton, who caused some discomfort prior to the lunch break.
Excellent boy!
Carl Mayers played a superb pull shot, went all the way to the mid-wicket fence for 6 prior to that drinks break. He'll take on the short ball. He might get plenty of opportunity to as well.
And he has to make the decision with the 2 men set back for the pull or the hook as to what he can duck and leave. Ideally, you'd like to see a short leg in there for when he tries to defend it. Irrelevant. The other area of his game is the channel outside off stump when you decision there in time.
Three men posted back now for the hook shot. Mayers hitting downwind. Well played. A bit of hustle.
That's Miller Radio. Thank you. Yeah. Square leg. One more. Catch in there, Creek. Yeah. All right. Nice play. No, that's right. You just tell me no. You just tell me no.
Overton hitting the pitch hard. 107 for 6. And about now, 40 overs into the innings where might just encounter the ball getting a little softer, not reacting quite as violently off the surface. 3 men back again for Mayers. Some indecision here. Mayers and Da Silva not speaking the same language out there at the moment.
I reckon that was on purpose.
Gone with a direct hit.
Middle.
Yeah, just revisiting the conversation we had just now, and you spoke respectively about England and their challenges in the Caribbean. I'm not saying this game is far from over. Look, I can't predict the outcome. I'm just telling you what the challenges are for this batting team to overcome. Maybe they can answer the question here now. But it is the challenge of batting against bounce and seam, and you visit overseas spin. So what sort of wickets better suit this developing batting lineup? Is it the slow, low pitches the batting lineup enjoy? And as Kirtley said earlier, and we've discussed it for years, that domestic a high percentage over, say, 88 miles per hour, 85 miles per hour, you're unaccustomed as a domestic player. When you come up to this level where the percentage of deliveries over that high speed is more, it takes some adapting. Hence, you want to replicate your wickets at domestic level and the intensity of competition. So those are the challenges being faced. Hopefully they can overcome it in time.
More indecision. Well, you'll be pleased to know, Bish, that it's exactly the same conversation we've been having back in Blighty over the last 2 or 3 years. The domestic pitches have aided the slower bowlers, the sort of 78, 79 mile per hour swing and seam bowlers. And they haven't really done a great deal in terms of encouraging spin or high pace. And as a consequence of that, the batters don't get used to playing that either. One of the best eras of Test match cricket for the England team culminated in becoming briefly the best team in the world under Andrew Strauss in 10-11, was on the back of 10 years of excellent pitches in 2 divisional county cricket. Saw a lot more of overseas players, saw a bit more were in then, but we also 18 counties had their pick of a much wider talent base, and the pitches were good.
Go.
108 for 6. Absolutely thumped that. Entirely sure it was where he intended it to go, but the result was decent anyway.
No, he intended to hit this on to the onside initially. He'll take the result, as you rightly said. But the intent is still clear from bowler and batsman. Remember, there are 3 deep fielders on the hook or the pull shot.
To give you an idea of how England's tactics have changed since 20th over. They probably went to the short ball a little before that, but 48% in that short area since the 20th over. It's half that when the ball was newer. Certainly, I don't know about you, Bish, I think just surface as we've gone, it's changed. Ball has just got a little softer. It's not reacting in the same fashion as it was before the lunch break. Exactly what happened yesterday. It's well played. Just listening to Mike Atherton speak, and he said that on pitches like this, you'd have duelled against him many times, where the pace off the pitch is slow and you're not sure of the bounce. That the best thing to do is to decide to play. Just go up with it, try and ride it, and then if it gets big, try and get out of the way at the end. Mayers did exactly that.
Haffers would say that. There's a wonderful photograph of him, feet off the ground, hands dropping, head rocking back. I think he was against Alan Donald at Trent Bridge.
Yeah, there were a few shots like that in that particular game back in '98. But that's right. I mean, he'd go look to go up with the ball, and then the last second drop the hands if it got too big on you. DRS might have had some fun that particular afternoon. In the air. He's got a real flow. Challenge accepted. 116 for 6. Not without risks. Mayers trying to fetch that one from wide of off stump. There are the 3 fielders back there. Fortune favouring the brave. Yeah, we've spoken a lot about the back-to-back-to-back test matches and the effect that has on a bowling lineup. And as much as England would love to keep running in and bashing away at the middle of this pitch, it can reach the limit of the endurance of these players. So Jack Leach, a man who knows a bit about endurance on this trip, will come in for his first bowl of the innings. Here must go through your head. Well, the runs have been very, very difficult to come by off the seamers. Might be worth having a dip at the left arm spinner. And that could go one of 2 ways. No fielders back on the fence as yet. Immediate aggressive intent from Da Silva.
Middle one is dropped deep, 10 yards off the boundary, deep mid-wicket.
Goodness me. Well, I think the question's been answered in 2 deliveries from Jack Leach. Silva at first looked for the sweep shot. Mayers looked for the big booming drive. Recover. Jack Leach has his challenges against left-handers. I think recently of his duels with Rishabh Pant, that Pant won hands down in Chennai. Averages 52 against the left-handers, 25 against the right.
Nice, buddy, nice, buddy. Come on, Lichi.
Like to see this from Jack Leach. All the fielders up, saving a single or catching. Shows how much his confidence has grown on this trip.
No. Good now, good now.
118 for 6.
Where's the point?
One of the differences with the 2 attacks, apart from the obvious, the spinning specialist for England. You talk about 3 back-to-back test matches. Now you can argue about quality of the respective attacks, whichever way you want to go. West Indies have had Joseph, Seals, Holder and company for what, all 3 test matches. So they've spent a lot of gas. Overton has been in and out, rested and back in. Saki missed the first one, coming for the last 2. So in theory, there's less wear and tear on the legs. One of the concerns I had, and the question I asked, I never said out, I just posed whether at age 20, the West Indies were considering whether they could give him a spill.
No.
Am I right in thinking that back in the 2020 series, when West Indies came over during the pandemic, that similar thing happened? They played 3 test matches back to back, and West Indies played the same attack in all 3 test matches. That seems to ring a bell for me.
Yeah, there was a lot of debate as to whether Shannon Gabriel, who starred very well in the first test, should have been rested from the second game and rotated because of his injury history.
Runs beginning to come now for the West Indies. 44 overs gone. West Indies trail by 84. It's 120 for 6.
West Indies still trailed by some 80. First with 25. Jack Leach for his second over. And continues where he's left off. Jack Leach, very good control, consistency. Don't anticipate that he'd get much turn on the surface. But maybe that inconsistent bounce can be in his favor. I just wonder what sort of approach Calmeers will take against him. Short and wide, room on offer. Welcome, Steve Hamilton.
Yeah, good shot from Joshua Da Silva, making a conscious effort to get his left leg out of the way. Any inconsistent bouncing. Yeah, just use the pace, depth of the crease, uses the pace, get the ball past Alex Lees at short third man. Good shot.
And that's exactly what you need to do. Look to score off those loose deliveries every run at a premium in this test match so far. West Indies would have felt that they let England off the hook in their first innings. Huge shot for LBW. Huge appeal. Not interested. And the customary discussion. And I think this is quite close. Whether Joe Root is convinced, we'll soon find out. He is convinced, and we will have.
No decision is not out. Leslie to Mark, we have a player review for LBW. I've already checked the front foot, it's a fair delivery. The original decision is not out. Can you move on to front on spin? Okay, it's quite close to the bat. I'm going to need Ultra Edge to confirm if there's any bat involved. Through. Ball is passing under the bat. There's a clear gap between bat and ball. Flat line on Ultra Edge. There is no bat involved. Mark, I'm ready to move on to ball tracking when available. Pitching outside leg. I'm ready to go back on field to Gregory, Mark. Gregory, you could stay with your original not out decision. You're on screen. Signal now.
Decision upheld. Good decision from Gregory Brathwaite. Pitched outside leg stump. 1-2-4 for 6.
England have a loss. Their second review. 1 review remaining.
Jack Leach just drawing that stroke out of Joshua Da Silva. He's gotten him out twice before in the series. Both times missed LBW. Quite an aggressive shot. And if he's known that it pitched outside leg stump, that's a brilliant shot. Just you can see the reaction. Ben Stokes. Just wondered if it's straightened enough though. If it turned to go onto the stumps. Ben Stokes it will be. Operating from the river end. I'm just saying, Steve, that I'd like to see him play positively, look to put away the bad balls, but that shot wasn't on.
No, he's seen it sliding down leg side, not picking up length that well, and hence he's been dismissed a few times, LBW. And I think that's what Jack Leach will be looking for on this surface. Not so much the turn, but the indifference in bounce. Trying to hit that front pad. Here's Da Silva. Again, playing across his body. I think he's made a little bit of a technical change here. Tried to get his front foot outside the line of the ball so he can get his back through to access, but this time he just missed the inside edge, gone on with a hand, and that's exactly what Jack Leach will be looking for on this surface.
Yeah, that would be playing on Da Silva's mind. And that's exactly why he played that shot. Not trusting his defense. Not trusting that he will make contact with the bat. And therefore playing an extravagant slug sweep. Unfortunately for him and the West Indies, I don't think it was to hit the stumps. Whether or not that changes approach remains to be seen. Quite similar to what we saw yesterday, Steve. Much activity just after the first hour, after lunch, soon after, but things just settled down for a period of lull. And this is must capitalize and not give their wickets away. They've gotten set, they've faced quite a number of deliveries, 35 and 36 respectively. They're used to the conditions now. They've got to make it count.
Absolutely, and from an England's point of view, they've got to try and somehow get a little bit of turn or use the spin bowler that the West Indies didn't have. And also see if there's any reverse swing. If England can get any reverse swing and move the ball through the air laterally.
Edge away. Streaky boundary. Not for the first time for Kyle Mayers.
I think it would have carried anywhere. Another sign of, like yesterday, the life going out of the ball, out of the a little bit out of the pitch. Don't think if Joe Root was a little bit wider, that ball would have carried anywhere near for the England captain to take the catch. Frustration for Ben Stokes, but that's a good area. Good ball in a good area. Trouble in the left-handed batsman.
One to 8 for 6. Always a carnival-like atmosphere here in Grenada. The steel pans, the dancers, the culture. Quite a unique experience, that's for sure. Had good local support in the Grenada National Stadium for the 2 days so far. Expect that that will continue into the weekend, Saturday and Sunday. The battle continues. Leach versus Da Silva.
Come on, 7 for tea here, boys. 7 for tea. Come on, boys. 7 for tea here, lads. Come in, that. Oh, no. Go, Leachy, go, Leachy. Call it in, that. Call it in, that. Call it in, Leachy. Brilliant here, pal. Brilliant, pal.
Yeah, Da Silva just needs to trust that defense. Trust that he will make contact with the bat, get that front foot out of the way. And if Leach over pitches or drags something down short, that's the one you're looking for. These two batsmen and everyone else to come must know, must realize that this is a grand finale. And for all of the hard work in the previous 2 test matches, you don't want it to come to naught. Neither of the
Good pal, good pal. Good lads, good lads. Like that, Leachy. Effort there, buddy, effort, buddy. That's it, that's it. Pull it in the nut. Go!
Yeah, that's the line. That's the trouble line. Maiden over, 128 for 6. Chris Wooks stands apart, 3 for 32. A good recovery of sorts for the West Indies partnership, 33 now. And they brought in Steve Calmeers just for this eventuality to strengthen the batting, bolster the batting. I was personally a little bit surprised that Jason Holder came ahead of him. Got a couple wickets with the ball and showing his class with the bat as well. In there, simple catch. Just when I was praising Calmeers, he gives his wicket away. Very soft dismissal.
Tapman again, Stokes. Just as you feel as though the game's getting flat, not much happening. He comes to the party again. I think there is a little bit, there's a fraction of reverse swing going on there. And it's a simple catch. Mahmood's first catch in Test cricket, along with his highest score, first 6 in the game. He's having a nice game, is Saqib Mahmood. Not getting easier catch in Test cricket than that. Myers goes for 28, 128 for 7.
Zari Joseph, new batsman for the West Indies. A really inexplicable shot from Kyle Mayers. Innocuous enough delivery, just lobs to Saqib Mahmood. Not entirely sure what he was trying to do, defend, push, prod, drive. In the end, just succeeded in gifting his wicket away. And England claw their way back, find their way back on top. 128 for 7. Just talking to you, Steve, about a lull in play and a good consolidatory period. Useful partnership. Didn't seem to be any sign of threat. And then that happened.
Yeah, another gift for England. Jason Holder give his wicket away. Kyle Myers just give his wicket away as well. And it just shows you, I think, where these two sides are. 2 flat wickets, had some confidence. Getting runs on in Antigua and Barbados. Now when something else in the wicket and it's a bit of a challenge, you can see why both sides are languishing at the bottom of the World Test Championship, because the confidence factor of trying to get yourself into the, to winning a game. I think that is something that neither side have done for quite a while now. When I thought the West Indies tired yesterday, tired bodies yesterday, and it's England's turn now. Can they really ram home the advantage? Can they make this count? West Indies trail by 75 runs.
Yeah, they won't want to make that same mistake West Indians made yesterday at 140. That last spear to. On the flip side, that's exactly what Joseph Da Silva, Jayden Seales, Kemar Roach, that's what they would be trying to do, trying to replicate. Just gnaw away at that target of 204 initially.
Oh, wait on, no.
129 for 7.
Enjoyed that.
West Indies still trail by some 75 runs, 3 wickets in hand.
One's catching, one's sitting.
Change in bowling from the Dabo end. Saqib Mahmood, just a 3-over spell for Jack Leach. Steve Hamilton, an opportunity for maybe Saqib to get a breather, sensing maybe some reverse swing. Edge just wide. Streaky boundary for Zari Joseph.
Not quite. Just out of the fingertips of Joe Root. England sensing there's a little bit of a door open, a door's ajar. Fair play to Joe Root. The end of the last Ben Stokes over. There was a conversation between Stokes and Root. And Joe indicated that Ben was going to have one more over, because Ben said, I think it's reverse swinging, let's see how it goes. Gets the wicket giving the wicket of Myers. And all of a sudden, that door ajar now, if it is reverse swinging, this is where Saqib Mahmood comes into his own. So, fair play to Root.
Just a change in feel after that ball flew through the slip region. Overton Might have been in fourth slip. Goes to second. There's another fielder in perhaps that fourth slip position. As a matter of fact, they're switching positions now. How many times have we seen this after the fact? He's got two slips on, let's say, a straightish gully now. Saqib Mahmood. Also has that fielder deep backward square for the pull shot. Zari Joseph has demonstrated the play that shot he did in the first test, didn't he? Took on the short ball into the wind and was caught.
Yeah, this time he's decided that he's going to try and get underneath it. He's going to duck it. I'm not sure how long he'll do that for with the inconsistent bounce that there is in this surface. He might be better off standing up, trying to either ride the bounce, the tall man, Zari Joseph, or you might think the best option is to take it on and be positive against it.
Wait on.
Still quite a bit of support, bit of chirping. They're looking to target that front pad still.
Wait on.
Joshua Da Silva has been solid throughout this test match, batting resolutely in the second innings of the second test at the Kensington Oval. And a few scores to his name as well. But this is when they need him the most. This is the most important game in the series. Saqib Mahmood touching that hamstring. Might be into some trouble here.
And just got to try and work out whether, if he can run in. Ben Stokes possibly just saying to him, don't finish the over, go off, make sure that you're okay, rather than try and bust the gut for one more ball and it going properly and you out of the test match.
.134 for 7.
Ready to go.
49 overs in the innings so far. Remember that West Indies at one stage were 50 without loss. 134 for 7 now. Stokes to continue. Four wickets to have fallen in this second session. The first off Nkrumah Bonner tried to get out of the way. not managing that. Then Jason Holder inexplicably taking on the fielder against the wind. Third delivery. And a gift of a wicket. And then Jimin Blackwood, Chris Wokes in the midst of a good spell. And another soft dismissal. Kyle Mayers, the final wicket to fall. Just a few minutes left for the tea interval. Some 4 minutes or so. Might just have one over after this. But it's been a really good session, Steve Hammerson.
Yeah, good session. Mood. Problem with a hamstring, or whether it's just cramp. It's been really hot today, and whether the young man from Lancashire might just have a little bit of cramp. Waft outside off stump from Joseph. You always see the bowlers, when they do have a waft outside off stump, they play the better shot the next time, don't they, when there's nothing there. Done that many times during my career.
Yeah, the rehearsal after. It's the perfect shot after the fact. But what a delivery. Angling in, just holding his line. And as you'd expect from low-order batsmen, playing at deliveries that they shouldn't. Just survived the tee. And that would be the message for Joseph and Da Silva. And draw on the inspiration from Jack Leach and Saqib Mahmood yesterday evening.
Yeah, it's been a good session for England. It's been one where they've rectified their mistakes in the first session, bowling too short or too wide, being a lot straighter. And when you are straight on this surface, making the batsman play and challenging the batsman, it's a lot more difficult to score off. And because of that, you can build the pressure, field, and really put the under pressure by bowling ball after ball after the ball at the same batsman. And England have done that well, and done that really well. And Chris Wokes has led from the front, 3 for 32 off 12 overs. His initial spell, we summed his tour up. Bit inconsistent. But from there, he's been fantastic today. 134 for 7.
Jack Leach will bowl the final over before the tea interval. Takes over from Saqib Mahmood. Just had that one over.
Good play, good play.
Johnny Bairstow quite straight in that silly mid-on position. Usually they're squarer more on that crease, but he's very straight.
Oh! No, no. Love that, Leachy. Love it there, Leachy. That's coming now. Brilliant, Leachy. Quality, mate.
On the back foot, Da Silva watches the ball all the way onto the bat. If he misses, he'll know that he'll be in some problem.
I'd love to see a sweep right now.
Jarut into that leg slip position.
Go. Nice nice, not. Bouncing, Lee Chi.
Bit of extra kick at it, look. How many left?
Johnny BS.
Nice, Leachy, nice, Leachy. Brilliant, Leachy, brilliant, Leachy.
We played by Joshua Da Silva. End of that Maiden Jack Leach over. T on day 2 of the final test. 4 wickets falling in this session for 63 runs. Chris Wokes, the main destroyer, picking up 3 wickets for 32 runs, and England once again in control of this session like they were in the first at that luncheon interval.
Put in an excellent spell after the lunch break, after perhaps rather wasting the new ball in the first exchanges in the morning, but he more than made up for it with the wickets of Holder, Blackwood and Mayers in the post-lunch session. England a little bit of walking wounded out there. Mentioned that Saqib is off the park, receiving some attention to either a hamstring or a groin. Ben Stokes is patched up with all manner of tape around his left knee. Overton has a taped up shoulder, and Wokes has his ankle braces. He's in now.
Pretty much hospital you've just called there. Everyone being taped up here, there or the other. Yeah, but has been a wonderful session for England post lunch. That session between lunch and tea, and we saw yesterday this final session went the way of the batsmen. West Indies will be hoping that they can replicate something along those lines. Try to get as close as possible to that 204. Every bit of a lead will be so crucial in the second innings. Kemar Roach, no doubt, will have an opportunity at some point.
Yeah, you get to that point for the bowlers where they're doing everything they possibly can to make sure they don't have to come out and bowl again. Sorry, Joseph is no mug with the bat. A couple of test match 50s for him. And that one or two of the players on both sides might be sending off some bats for repair at the end of this game. Out of deliveries that have crashed into the bottom of the blade has been extraordinary, and I think it'll only get worse.
He did try to take on the fielders in the deep in Antigua. Zari Joseph, concerted effort so far to restrain himself with that short delivery. Joshua Da Silva, 54 deliveries for his 6, so it's been slow going.
Yeah, I heard you guys discussing that at the tea break. I think when you've got the tail coming in, you really want your keeper batter coming in at number 7 to be able to accelerate a little, push that scoring rate on. England won't mind this at all from him. He's getting stuck in, that is for sure. 1-3-5 for 7.
2-1 in the cover play. Middle.
It was Ben Stokes who took the wicket of Carl Mayers. Innocuous looking delivery, really, that Mayers chipped into the hands of Saqib Mahmood at mid-on. It was the last wicket to fall. In the air and wide of the man just in front of square on the leg side, Johnny Bairstow. England have had a fielder in that position on the drive and the leg side for much of the day. Not now, though.
Actually had 2 fielders there for a significant portion of the day. I don't think that's the area Zari Joseph was aiming for, aiming to go much straighter than that. Yeah, you're right. Saqib Mahmood had a couple fielders in that short mid-wicket region. That would have gone straight to one of the 2 of them. Yeah, just back on that Joshua Da Silva and maybe the approach that he needs to adopt. It's not as straightforward as that, is it? Still very young in his test match career, just what, 13 test matches. So that experience, or lack of experience rather, not knowing how to approach it. And of course, still not entirely certain of his place in the team. And in trying to get those additional runs with the tail and getting dismissed, well, you know it can go in these parts, Butch.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, I don't disagree. I just think that the type of player that he looks likely to be is one that's going to look to face more deliveries and accumulate runs. In which case, you might throw out the idea that perhaps he should bat at 6 and Jason Holder should go to 7. Jason can be more aggressive and go out there and shepherd the tail and try to score quickly down the order. If Da Silva is not going to try and push the scoring rate along when he's batting with the lower order. It's just a thought, I suppose, when you're compiling or putting together your batting lineup, trying to find the positions that whereby the players can complement one another, I guess, for the overall good of the team.
Yeah, absolutely. And he has pretty good temperament, as we've seen, good technique as well. West Indies have had their issues at the top of the order. Number 3 in particular, and Shamar Brooks hasn't had the best of series. I know it's very difficult for a wicketkeeper to bat in those early positions, but that is certainly something that can be considered promotion, given the fickle nature of this batting lineup at times.
How was that missed? 1-4-1 for 7.
Hey? Holding length. Yeah. Keep playing like that. Holding length.
An escape for Zari Joseph. Perhaps that's the remit of the lineup with Da Silva, is that he'll stay there and the bowlers will come out and have a charge.
Good that worker. All about the red ink here, lads. All about the red ink here. Come on, boys, leave it to the number 9 here, boys.
Ben Stokes is having a similar conversation to us in the commentary box, trying to goad Joshua Da Silva into playing a stroke or two.
Yeah, they've been quite vocal throughout the course of the day. The Englishman. Trying to get under the skin of the West Indians. Ben Stokes, never shy of a word.
Yeah. Nice, Louis. All right. Wait. Right back to the same field.
Well, the field similar to Josh Da Silva. It looks as though Alzari Joseph is going to be the aggressor.
He's giving him the charge, Alzari. Good short ball in the end from Wooks. Clumsy bit of defense, but kept it out.
I like Alzari Joseph. Doesn't give anything away with his facial expressions, does he?
Rhythm section, keeping the fans entertained, keeping the energy levels up, creating that atmosphere, invigorating.
In the air. Oh, that has gone a long, long way. Mighty strike from Alzari Joseph. 148 for 7.
They're certainly enjoying that. The local fans, that one was absolutely crunched.
Oh, this might be interesting now. Alzari Joseph will have his heart rate up after this. What a strike.
Yeah, he crunched that one. And fielders position in the deep, two of them into the wind, everything going against him. But he's managed to pull it off. Mentioned before, but it's a fine line between brilliance. Well, I'm not so brilliant. Get dismissed playing that shot, taken on the fielder to be a different conversation. Connected, you're going for 6. Excellent execution.
Ground staff are just hovering. Two dark clouds moving into view. Saki Mahmood unable to gather that in. 150 up for the West Indies. England's lead now 54.
A bit of enterprise from Alzarri Joseph. And tried to smash this one past the bowler. Gets past Ben Stokes. A bit of fielding from Saki Mahmood just limits them to 1. Partnership Butch with 22. Alzarri Joseph has 17 of them.
Yeah, rain's starting to fall now. Down pretty steadily. Ground staff seem to be unperturbed. And coming in from the eastern side of the ground.
What about those steep hills, Mark? We've been driving up some really steep hills, haven't we?
Tell you what, don't want to forget something off your shopping list if you live up the top there. Rain coming down really hard here, and I think there's a very good chance the players might be heading for the pavilion. I think the clouds might blow by quickly, but always good to get a chance to see Cole stretch his legs.
Colin and quickly, that's oxymoronic, isn't it?
I was talking about the clouds moving quickly. I don't think the break will last long, but had to get the covers onto that surface. It's been a short, sharp dump. The umpires will probably remain close to the middle.
This short rain break sometimes affects the momentum, the concentration of the batsmen. Alzarri Joseph would have felt that he was getting a nice rhythm. Things were flowing. Have to start over now on a new proposition. Jack Leach looking to target that pad, no doubt. Has that protection in the deep, long on, deep mid-wicket. Jarut, he too knows how important runs are, so he doesn't want to give any easy boundary away.
Yeah, no fielders in front of the bat for Alzarri Joseph, just the lone slip, Zach Crawley. England taking their time to get it right. 7 minutes of play lost. Huge shout. Ball would have had to have straightened.
Yeah, comfortably missing leg. Simple enough decision for umpire Joel Wilson. But you can see that exaggeration in his stance, Alzarri Joseph, that left foot quite wide, quite away from where that bat has the access. Pitches outside leg, would have missed leg stump as well. Targeting the stumps. And Alzarri doesn't want to get that front pad in the way. So he stands with a quite open stance. Nicely branded boots as well.
Batter well, Chief. Good now, good now. Brilliantly, Chief, brilliantly, Chief.
Next to the Chiefs Academy, kid. Two.
Fielder come up for Da Silva. He's been keen to try and get the odd sweep shot away against Jack Leach. Made any meaningful contact with one as yet. England offering him the opportunity to do so. All the men up on the leg side.
Ball, mate, ball, mate.
It's over.
1-5-1 for 7.
That's middle.
Change of ends for Chris Wokes. Well-earned breather up there.
It almost reminded me of the days when we had those famous supporters climbing all on the rafters and dressed immaculately. Wonderful memories.
Yeah, gravy. Chicky's Disco at the Antigua Recreation Ground. Oh, have to be quick here.
Yeah, just a little bit of a fumble from Dan Lawrence. Had to transfer from left to right, change his body position. Didn't get enough power on the throw either. Slight hesitation with the run. In the end, all's well that ends well for the West Indies.
No, wait on. No.
Excellent work from the ever energetic Johnny Bairstow.
No. Wait on.
Nice shot, but again, an indication of how soft the ball is, that it didn't seem to come off the middle of the bat with any sort of oomph behind it.
We're always here, lads. We're going nowhere. Come on. This is the time, boys. This is the time. This session.
Just reminding Joshua Da Silva that he's going nowhere. Just a matter of time is what Ben Fowkes is saying.
Lead is 51. 153 for 7.
Good fight back so far by the West Indies. Alzari Joseph and Joshua Da Silva doing a good job.
Oh!
Partnership of 25 so far as they inch closer to that 204 made by England. Haven't seen much turn from Jack Leach at the moment.
Oh, wow.
That's a little bit dangerous. A little too close for that cut shot.
Nice, not.
And he knows it.
Love it, Nutty.
Little too close. Good afternoon, Bish.
Hello, Kirtley.
Get it. Nice.
Yeah, 15 times now Joshua Da Silva out of 25 test match innings has batted 50 deliveries or more. 11 from 75, which I think is a good thing that he has the ability to do it.
Yeah, man.
153 for 7.
Like just in front.
.58 overs gone. I think so important that Alzari Joseph continues to manifest his obvious efforts to improve his batting, which has been plain to see. Still needs to spend more time in this partnership with Da Silva. The important partnership for Joshua Da Silva is the one that came before, with Mears and guys who bat just one ahead of him. The reason I say that is you've got guys like Holder or Kyle Mears who at different times would bat, and Da Silva then would not feel any pressure to need to score. Joseph developing a work in progress. 2 half centuries now in New Zealand and Bangladesh. Will have to take up any slack, or Da Silva in this future may have to look to develop a few more shots.
Alzari Joseph can bat, and of course he fancies himself as a batsman. Seem to like to go on the attack more often than not, which is his natural way of playing. But in this instance, just need to curb that natural aggression a little bit because of the nature of the game. In terms of Da Silva, he has shown from time to time that he has the ability to battle long innings. I just want to see him score a little more in the process. Once he can do that, then he'll be really good coming down at 7 or 8 position, depends on what the final 11 is. But I just want to see him score a little bit more. That's all I want to see, because technically he's good, can bat for long periods, you've shown that, so that's not an issue. Just want to see him score a little more.
Just develop his ability to turn strike over as his career goes along, not immediately. That takes time. Maiden over, 1-5, 3 for 7. We've talked often about the heritage of several of the Caribbean islands, not least Grenada, as Giroud takes leave of the field. The strong French culture and British culture, African culture. And many of these local garbs and local dances emanate from that history. The thing is, Joshua Da Silva just expand on it briefly, folks. He's opened the batting in first-class cricket at times, and list A. I don't know if that's an area of advancement over the next couple of years that he may want to explore to a greater extent, at least down the ladder or level of cricket.
Seen him score 100 playing for the emerging players just a couple of years ago. I can't remember if he opened the batting, but I think he came very high in the order. If he didn't open, he came very high in the order.
Well, folks in the UK looking at this will remember that Joshua Da Silva, playing in the best versus best game in England in 2020 in Manchester, scored 100. I can't remember if it was for the Jason Holder 11 or against it, opening the batting. A tour in which he substituted for Shane Dorridge at Old Trafford when Dorridge got hit in the face. Nice shot. A little snippet again of Alzari Joseph's batting ability.
Very, very good shot. And the crowd is loving it. Slightly short and wide from Jack Leach, and he played it extremely well. And the timing was good.
Oh no!
158 for 7. Wilkes was superb in the last session.
Three wickets for Chris Wilkes. There's the fall of Nkrumah Bonner. And then a terrible shot by Jason Holder, very unlike him. Held out a square leg. And then Jermaine Blackwood, the West Indies vice captain. As we've seen when England batted, once the ball gets to 45, 50 overs, it seems to get easier for the batting team. Nothing much happened off the seam, in the air. So that is why this partnership now is so crucial. You don't want to bring England back into the game. And if you can keep them out between now and close of play without further loss, West Indies will be in a very good position.
Wow. Off middle stump. 159 for 7. Those are the Darbo Hills at the back of our media center, where a lot of quarrying is done, mining for gravel and sand, and then there's the power station that generates electricity for a large part of the country just below.
Come on, boys, come on here, lads.
Lovely views from our drone shots.
Alici.
Nice use of the feet. And that is the inclination there, as rare as it is, from Da Silva to attack.
It was a good shot. As you said, Bish, good use of the feet. And because the ball, nothing happened off the surface for Jack Leach, he got to the pitch, hit it well. Giving Jack Leach something to think about.
Get it. Stoker.
That's exactly what I would like to see Joshua Da Silva do more often. Be a little bit more positive, because he can bat. Sometimes I think he's a little bit too defensive-minded. Just be a little more positive in his stroke play.
Least amount of spin so far for Jack Leach here in Grenada.
Nice. Ball nut. Good on, Leachy. Leachy boy. Get in the nut. Up for there, Leachy. Oh, yeah, it's down there, Leachy. Good spin, Leachy. Brilliant, Leacher. Nice head, Leachy. Brilliant, Leachy. Good, Leachus. Pull it here, mate. Nice nut.
164 for 7. Message, or certainly the conversation between Da Silva and Joseph and Roach and Seals would be another 18 overs of this ball before the second new ball becomes available. We have to ensure we bat those, or try. Overturn into the attack. And I think the appropriate term to apply to what you said about Da Silva, I totally agree with, is to ensure that it's not risky stroke play. It's playing the percentage so it doesn't lead to a reckless shot. That's the key.
Oh. Nice, mate. Good lads, good Craigie.
He's got to be very, very careful here, Joshua Da Silva, because some balls are keeping low. It may be better for him to try and play straight down the ground as opposed to playing around his front pads. Because if he miss, that's a leg LBW problem. Need to play a little bit straighter if he can. And another thing I noticed with him, Bish, he tends to plant his front foot down the pitch too early. So that could be one of the reasons why he plays around his pad a bit.
10 seconds.
2 balls ago. $165 for 7.
Just a little. Hey! You got Luce! Oh! That's for mate. I like that a lot, Luce. I like that a lot, boy. That's for Luce. That's for there, Nat. Wait on no. Nice, Saki. Felice. Good in, Nat. Good, Nat.
Got to be mindful of looking to play Leach off the back foot.
Oh, nice, Nat. Nice, Nat. Brilliant, Leach. Brilliant, Leach. Awesome there, bud. No. Nice, Nat. Nice, Nat. That's it. Yeah. Brilliant, bud. Brilliant, bud. Oh, boy. Nice, Nat. Nice. Looking on this week. Yeah. Felice. Go one.
$166 for 7.
Oh, I can sweep. I know I can sweep. It's not happening. Should we start using our mouses? So 160, go straight up.
Also got 3 wickets for sure.
Right.
Been fucking out ball to play, Daniel.
Partnership is 38. West Indies trailing by 38.
Oh.
Yeah, I was focusing. I had some interactions on social media with a couple of folks, and we were talking about young West Indian batsmen. And my starting point was for me, about the short ball barrage that we saw. And I just want to say again that this predates this group. We've been talking about this on commentary as far back as the year 2000, West Indies Tour of England. Speaking of the short ball. So please don't misunderstand me or anyone saying that it started with this group. This goes back a couple of decades. I've said that before. I had guys like Tejnarayan Chandapol, Shivnarayan Chandapol's son, Kisi Kati, who was a member of the Under-19 World Cup winning team in 2016. Alec Athanase played Under-19 World Cup in 2018. Played President's 11 against England the other day as well. Jeremy Solozano, who went to Sri Lanka. Guys who are 25 years of age, 23 and 26. Guys I like. I think they're talented players. But when I look at the number of first-class games most of them have played, Tatarine has played 45. Kisi Kati has played 33. Alec Afanese just started. He's played 15. Solozano 42. And they're averaging mid to late 20s. None of them have more than 2 first-class hundreds. So that's why the academy is so important. So we're talking about them, but we also have to recognize where they are. You don't want to invite them into this high level of cricket at the international level and ask them to learn at this level.
It's almost impossible for them to do that. That is why I've been saying for years that these players that we have in the first-class system need to dominate regional cricket on a consistent basis.
Close. I think they'll review this. I'm not sure. They go.
Copy Gregory. Player review LBW. Original decision not out. Leslie to Mark, we have a player review for LBW. The original decision is not out. I've already checked the front foot. It's a fair delivery. Can you move on to front on, please? Yeah, there's clearly no bat involved. Clearly no bat involved. Can you move on to ball tracking when available, please, Mark? Just waiting on ball tracking, Gregory. Ball tracking coming up. Pitching outside off. Impact in line. Wickets missing. Mark, I'm ready to go back on field to Gregory. Greg, you can stay with your original not out decision. You're on screen. You can signal now.
All of England's reviews have been eclipsed. DRS motionless.
That was my first impression, that he was going way down the leg side. I'm a little bit surprised that England reviewed. It could also be an act of desperation to try and break this partnership.
No.
Good partnership, competent. 168 for 7. Joshua Da Silva's faced 100 deliveries, still there. Joseph 48 for his 23.
Nice, mate. Good, Leachy. Good, Natty. Well done, Nat.
They certainly are playing well, chipping away at this 204 made by England.
Catch!
The lead now is only 36. And I think Alzawi Joseph getting a little bit too ambitious here. He needs to stay calm, doing a good job. Why do you want to give it away?
Go, go.
Top shot. 3 taken.
When you can play shots like those, why would you want to take risk? Just play normal and the runs will come. That was a good shot. Timing was good as well.
I am surprised, though, from Root's point of view, that he has the short leg in only for Da Silva and not for Joseph. It's a good move to have him in there. Just thought he'd have them in for both players.
Great on. Nice mate.
I don't like that at all. I've been talking about that for the last couple of overs. Playing that shot when the ball is so close, especially on the stumps.
Nice, Leachy. Go, Leachy. Good that, Nut. Good Nut.
With a short leg in for Da Silva and not for Alzarri Joseph, I reckon maybe Joe Root is thinking because Alzarri Joseph is a little more aggressive.
I reckon a short leg would force him to be more aggressive and take risks. They played well, Da Silva and Joseph. 1-7-1 for 7.
Great job, Leachy.
Yeah, another bouncer dies off the pitch. 171 for 7. Pattern of the day has at this stage followed what we saw yesterday on day 1 of this 3rd and final test match, with the ball going soft, the pitch going dead. Batsmen, as the day wore on, seemed to find life just that little bit more easy.
Good mate. Effort, bud. Effort, bud.
Oh, fired up there. Temptingly wide. Alzarri Joseph might have made more of this, actually.
He'd be disappointed he didn't get a piece of that. Interesting tactics, advancing out of his crease. Craig Overton going down the short ball route, but Alzarri Joseph steers there. Didn't get anything on a ball which he'll feel as though he could have hit for 4. Batted very well as Alzarri Joseph. Backed up his bowling. I thought he bowled very well in this game. 3 back-to-back games. His pace was good yesterday.
Well, I like what he's done with the bat in terms of trying to take the attack back to the bowling, trying to frustrate lines and lengths.
No.
He's also found a good foil in Da Silva, who we saw bat very resolutely in Barbados just to make sure that game was saved, and now is keeping things going as well in this partnership, which is now, what, 44?
Good thing.
172 for 7. Overton now. 14 overs, 1 maiden, 147. It's been a real mixed day, actually, I would say, because some of the men you'd expect to do well haven't really quite fired. Overton 147, as we said. Wokes, that must be his best haul of the series, 3 for 43. Mahmood's been consistently good, I would say, 1 for 23, and Stokes 2 for 31. Not surprising that it's the seamers who've picked up the wickets. Leach's 10 overs have at least been economical, number 20. The movement is there off the pitch for the quicker bowlers. It's variable, it's very variable. Keeps everyone guessing, bowlers and batsmen alike. Leach spell is over. Mahmood takes over. Another delay while Joe Root gets his deep square leg. It looks like Bairstow in exactly the right position. He wasn't, I think, responding to a lot of waving and shouting. Well, that's what he's done a few times, Alzarri Joseph. That little Stokes-like in his approach, going down the pitch, slightly different style.
He's intense there, and then it's the block. He's not played any other shot than he's tried to block it. A little bit extra pace to the air. The England captain will be hoping for him from Saqib Mahmood.
Yeah, mind you, it goes so early, doesn't it? I mean, it's not exactly a last-minute deception. He's heading off while Mahmood's a couple of yards away from the stumps. There he goes again. It's a nice clip. That's found that deep square leg. Johnny Bairstow limping as well. Here he goes, on the charge.
Knee-high full toss at the stumps would be, I think, be a bad ball to Alzarri Joseph, just to try and startle him a little bit. It'll be under the waist high, but I think that would be my plan. The ball's not going to bounce, and I think try and hit the base of the stumps, or hit the stumps halfway up. Angle in, if there's any reverse there. Saqib Mahmood will be looking for you. Well, 1 over just before tea. Felt his hamstring. Hasn't bowled since. And then captain's probably just asked him for one last big effort to try and see if he can break this partnership, the extra pace through the air that he possesses.
Yeah, he's got the pace. A little bit more. He's down at the moment. 132, 129, 132, 132. So a little bit down, I'd say. But it's also his skill set with this old ball, isn't it? Where of all these England bowlers, he's the one with the reputation for getting that bit of reverse when the ball gets old. And we're now, what, 68th over of this West Indies innings. Just does a little bit too much in the air down the leg side, but it's just the one. 2 from the over, 174 for 7. Right, I'm going to ask you a question, Steve. How many times do you think Alzarri Jovas has come down the pitch in this innings?
8.
Very close. 9. How many times do you think he's done exactly that same or used exactly that same tactic before in his Test career before this innings?
3 times?
Close again, twice. Right, so just to reiterate, for those who missed it just now, Alzarri Jovas has come down the pitch 9 times in this innings. He's only done so twice before in his Test career. How do we know these things? Sheer magic. Sheer magic. I mean, why on earth Patrick? I mean, I don't know how he does it. Just finds these things from nowhere. He says he knows where to look. Right, can you find a restaurant for Butch tonight, please? He's struggling.
Joe Root would like something off Patrick right now, something different somewhere to make left field, because changing the bowling, changing the angles, going with a seam, going with a spin. He's tried and thrown a lot at Joshua Da Silva and Alzarri Joseph, all in vain. Big Overton again, looks like going down the short ball route.
Short ball it is, kind of paddled away down towards long leg. We've got the long leg, the backward deep square leg, and the slightly forward deep square leg, who is exactly behind the orthodox square leg, who is by the umpire.
That's my geography lesson again.
Yes, for all those school children who've taken the day off. Yes, and I think that's to the... That's a good question, actually. Which way is it? Judging by the sun, it's the west.
Change of tack this time from Alzarri Joseph, so that's the 10th time he's come down the crease, but this time he's gone to try and hit it. 9 times before he's just blocked it back. This time he's Overton's going down the short ball route, 6-3 leg side field.
Yeah, offline with that. Yeah, it's a challenge. I mean, the reason I'm sure that Alzarri Joseph got bat on ball that time is that it was so short. He had a good chance to get a full swing at it. When, for instance, when you saw Mahmood in the previous over just dropping it back onto a sort of length, then he's done the right thing in many, many ways and just defended it accordingly. But now he's had that freedom to swing, or this time he's had that freedom to swing. He's just taken it on. But what are the odds? 1 in 6 of finding a space on the onside. Different styles. Joseph will give it a full swing. Da Silva is a paddler. Stands there, watches it, just makes sure he gets some bat on ball without overhitting. And just to confirm, that is the west over there. Well, he's taken the ball very, very nicely indeed. Low catch from Ben Foakes, just a bit of a tickle. All that enterprise from Alzarri Joseph comes to an end. He gave himself so much space there with that offside beckoning. So you can see exactly what he was trying to do. And the only thing missing in the end was contact with the meat of the bat, just toe of the bat in the end. Foakes had to stay low this time to make sure the gloves are underneath it, but Overton gets his man.
And Alzarri Joseph goes for 28. West Indies 177 for 8.
Mark. Well, England rather needed that wicket, the wicket of Alzarri Joseph. 2 more to go. The lead is 27, so the gap has narrowed between England and West Indies. Do you know what? If he just aimed more over extra cover, I reckon, and kept his eye on the ball a bit better, I reckon Joseph, he gave himself so much space there, would have had a better chance of getting that ball away. As it is, he ended up with a hoik, that little bottom edge. Just, I suppose it did well to carry as well, but if he just aimed over extra cover.
The tail end of him looking to hit it too hard. It was a good catch by Ben Folkes. It's been quite a tough day for Ben Folkes. Dropped a catch earlier. Indifferent bounce on the surface. Not everyone carries. It's been quite a tough day for both glovemen. Days. Joshua Da Silva didn't have the best of days yesterday.
Right, with the new batsman, Kemar Roach, we have a slightly different approach. There's still the deep square leg out. There's still the long leg out. There's a man at short leg, a man at leg gully. So at this stage, it's still that leg side field, but it's all a question of the depth of it. You've got a helmet coming out as well. Shame that Matt Parkinson's only had ancillary duties for the last month or so. So we have short leg and now a silly point as well. Bit of a shuffle across the crease, first ball. Which happens to be the last ball of the over 2. 177 for 8. Well, England working their way through this lineup now. Again, very similar to yesterday. One man at the top of the order making 30. A few more double figures at the top of this West Indies card than we saw from England yesterday. The runs from the lower order as the ball goes soft and the pitch appears to flatten out. So who will get the lead? 177 for 8. They're 27 behind. Plenty of noise coming from the crowd sections. All sorts of competition, actually. We had a steel band today, we've had the trumpets, there's the band. The dancing girls are there. We've had the Barmy Army in good voice once or twice. But they're certainly coming second at this stage, both in terms of musicality, showmanship, and, well, sheer noise.
And colour as well, you know, the flags and
well, it's intriguing to see who gets the lead here, isn't it? 2 wickets left, 25 the difference. Imagine yesterday when England could have been bowled out for 120. This would have been a very, very handy situation now for West Indies, given that we think it's going to remain a low-scoring game. But now it's sort of nip and tuck, and another couple of partnerships here just to finish off for West Indies could earn them that lead. That paddle hook from Da Silva again just gets it down. One thing he does well is he every time pretty much gets it down, so it's not flying up in the air towards any of those deep men, the long leg, the deep square leg.
it is a shot that Joshua Da Silva looked as though he enjoys playing, and this is the challenge for Saqib Mahmood, and Joe Root alongside him is try and keep Kemar Roach on strike and challenge the stumps. Short ball route to Da Silva, that's working fine. He's not taking the game away from you. Plenty of men on the leg side. But to Kemar Roach, 1 ball into this innings. Saqib Mahmood has got to be desperately attacking the stumps, trying to make Kemar Roach use his bat at every opportunity.
Well, that's well bowled. That is well bowled. The question they want to know the answer to is, was it maybe boot first? But the situation is this. Umpire said not out. And that is the end of that. No reviews left.
Yeah, we're going to the olden days. We are going off the umpire, and umpire's word is final. And he's got nowhere near his foot, and that would have been, well, typical of England if they had reviewed something like that.
Well, to be fair, I'd like to think they wouldn't have gone for that one. Actually, very well played. Real straight bat, foot out the way. Nicely bowled, though. Certainly worth trying again. This is exactly what England expect from Mahmood. Reverse swing, just tailing in nicely. The line is really good because both those would have basically taken out middle stump, but for that very straight bat presented by Kemar Roach.
On the money straight away from Saqib Mahmood. Kemar's just having a joke with Johnny Bairstow.
He thinks they do laugh too loud. Oh, well bowled. Well bowled. Just a fraction outside the off stump. Past the bat this time. 180 for 8. This is exactly what actually Kemar Roach should understand, because it's exactly what he likes to do to the right-handed batsman. A lot of in-swing from Kemar Roach, followed by one that will just hold its line every now and again. That's exactly what Mahmood has done now. One thing to understand it, another thing to play it.
Come on, boys, 2 here. 2 here, lads. 20 lead here. Come on. 20 lead here, boys, on this.
Mahmood has now finished, what, 15 overs, 1 for 28. I must say I like what I've seen of him, both in Barbados and here. Just attitude, the action's good, consistency's been good.
Yeah, I agree. I think there is something to work with Saqib Mahmood. One thing Sir Andrew Strauss said when the squad was picked and decided to come with the bowlers that England have come with was to try and see if England can be better away from home. And I think there's still some way to go, but I think first impressions that Saqib Mahmood gives England something different in their middle overs, and the ball's older.
Seen that one before.
Yes, Nicky.
What's good about this shot of Da Silva's is that because there's no over effort into it, he can stand there, holds his ground, watches the ball well, and it's just a sort of little, it's just a minimum of movement. So from there, you can cope with the vagaries of the bounce a little bit better than those that give it the full swing. Seems still to have time to play the shot. Yeah, just offline. This is the problem, isn't it, sometimes when you've got a strong leg side field. And it's an amazing offside field, just a silly point and 2 men, one like a short third man, one a slightly backward point. But you've got all these men on the leg side. We'll sweep round now, have a look at the offside as well. Got the silly point in 3 or 4 yards in front of Roach. Then you've got that sort of backward gully, deep gully, orthodox point. All those men on the onside. So the temptation sometimes, or the failure sometimes, to just get the line slightly wrong down the leg side. And the whole point is just to dig it in short of a length. See what bounce emanates. So this is the guessing game with the bounce, isn't it? So if it comes up at waist height, you may be able to play it down. If it bounces a bit more, then you've got those close fielders in. And if it shoots along the deck, well, goodbye.
Yeah, but I also look at this, and Kemar Roach is a number 10. And we're going down the bouncer route from the minute he's walked in. I know Saki Mahmood bowled 2 very good Yorkers. But I think when a batsman, a tail-end batsman comes in like Kemar Roach, you've got to target the stumps. You know, the wicket's variable bounce, the ball's slow and it's soft, and yes, you're toiling away against Da Silva, but looking at a number 10, you should always look to challenge the off stump the minute he comes out to bat, because he's batting at number 10 for a reason. Joe Root's gone out of just in front of Joshua Da Silva, and he's gone back to slip.
No, no, no. Okay, go. That's over.
Yeah, fair points. So 71 overs now completed in this West Indies first innings. 182 for 8 it is. And just looking at the way things are going, it's obviously time for a Blue Waters drinks break.
Yeah, good afternoon or good evening to those back in the UK. Good day wherever you may be watching this. It's going to be a fascinating contest, it really is. Alzari Joseph having rather given his wicket away. It's left it up to Josh Da Silva to chisel out whatever he can. Kemar Roach certainly won't be giving anything away. Both teams giving no quarter on a surface that is making for attritional, if not compelling cricket. It's certainly one of those games. It's had that feel from the start that you're going to have four innings whereby runs are absolutely at a premium.
Precious runs for Da Silva and the West Indies. Could be 3. Here's 3.
Heads. Sorry. Oh, sorry.
Shovels it well in that mid-wicket region. Just have quite a bottom-handed grip on the handle. Josh Da Silva, there's no real flourish or follow-through from him. It's pretty workmanlike technique, but it's doing the job that the West Indies need right now. Game is in its different ways and different innings, it's taken on quite a similar pattern, hasn't it, over the course of the 2 days. As the ball gets to about 40-45 overs old and it starts to misbehave in less dramatic fashion, and then it becomes about chiseling away the runs and the bowler's just sticking at it and hoping that one behaves untoward. Both teams will have their regrets about the way that the days have gone. West Indies will be ruining the fact that they allowed a 90-run partnership to happen yesterday for the 10th wicket. England will be very upset with themselves about the way they used the new ball this morning. And all in all, there's not much between the two teams.
186 for 8.
Well in, mate. Good Saki, good Saki. Everybody, easy, come on, push, lads. Let's go on the right. Come on. Nice ball.
Dr. the Honourable Keith Mitchell, the Prime Minister of Grenada.
Second day on the trot. Business must be slow. Not sure about these tactics to Kemar Roach. I agree that you use the short ball. I just think sort of over-egging the idea of having to bowl dead straight at the stumps. No slips. So Craig Overton is pretty much locked into attacking the body and the stumps of Kemar Roach. And as a consequence, he's bowled, what, 3, 4 deliveries down the leg side, not troubled him at all. I just think you'd want to go a little bit more orthodox to Kemar. He gets back and across and in front of his stumps anyway. Almost plays French cricket. Don't see the need to change the way that you bowl at him, as opposed to the way you'd bowl at Josh Da Silva.
Just past route, you know.
It's off.
188 for 8. I think saw Ben Stokes going through his bowling motions there. Seems he's getting loose for a spell. Important runs. The lead is now 12.
Yeah, and they know the importance of it. Again, I just think England are concentrating too much on the middle stump of Kemar Roach. Should still try and get him out in the same way that you get the man at the other end out. England, of course, as well, got no reviews left, so chances are, if the umpire feels it's going down the leg side, he's going to give it not out, and you've got no recourse to get it changed. So just a little bit more flexibility in terms of the ways they're trying to remove Kemar Roach. Sure, LBW, absolutely, but don't forget about the other methods as well.
Leg slipping.
Another run cheered to the rafters. Sakib just getting that ball to reverse swing away from Kemar Roach, causing a bit of indecision.
Played so well, Joshua Da Silva stays within his own bubble. Very rarely going outside of that and branching out into too many risks.
He enjoys the challenge as well, doesn't he? Speaking after the drawn game, his innings in the second innings in Barbados, just saying that, you know, England threw everything at him, whether that be with the ball or with a few verbals and a bit of banter out in the middle. Said he loves it, absolutely thrives on it.
Oh, goodness me. That was off middle stump again, I think. 194 for it. It's usually a stand in that section when there's white ball cricket that is throbbing and thriving. Party stand. Stokes round the wicket.
Yeah, Stokes around the wicket. I was talking about Overton and his approach to Kemar Roach. Interesting to see what Ben Stokes decides to do. My feeling was that England had concentrated so much on the body of Kemar Roach, and the field was all leg side, that they'd forgotten about the other modes of dismissal.
It's gone over the wicket to Roach.
Yeah, Stokes with a more regular field slip and the gully. But this was the spell. Overton had, what, 8 deliveries at Kemar Roach. Not one of them would have hit the stumps. And given that we've seen LBW's balls keeping low, you'd imagine that taking that mode of dismissal out of the equation wasn't the greatest thing tactically.
.195 for 8. We've spoken time and again about the young man with the pads on, Jaden Seals. We first saw him in South Africa in the Under-19 World Cup, and his rise has been steep. There are his parents, Larry Seals on the right, and Anne-Marie's mom. And his girlfriend there as well. Hello to you all the way from Trinidad. They came to see their son. Joshua's parents very instrumental as well, and his mom has spoken eloquently about really encouraging him and his cricket career and fostering his schoolwork when he was still at St Mary's College as well, and his transition from the love of football to cricket and to wicket keeping into the Queen's Park Cricket Club. What a solid young man as well. One more run. Silver lead now down to 8.
Nice bat.
Oh, it's nice to hear. We get a lot of that trope about West Indies and development of players, or players lost to other sports, cricketers lost to other sports. Very rarely hear stories, positive stories about kids going the other way. Josh Da Silva. And that's not anywhere near as true as it's made out to be, is it? All of the fast bowlers are playing basketball nowadays. Sounds like a good story. I'm not sure how much truth there is in it.
Maybe street basketball, little pick-up games around different neighborhoods. Certainly other sports and technology have had some impact on the market share. It's not so much the NBA. Very few Caribbean players move into the NBA, although there have been a few. Netball, Jamaica and Trinidad and Tobago in particular have had great heritage in netball in times past. But there's still a great love and affinity for the game in the Caribbean, cross formats. Terrific delivery again from Mahmood Daroch. 196 for 8.
196 for 8, West Indies. 76 was completed. The West Indies inch closer and closer to 8 runs. First inning total 204.
Round the wicket. Mark Butcher was the first person I heard today say it could be a second inning shootout. Very early in the day.
The whole game's had that feel about it. And if there was a palpable lack of tension in either of the first two encounters, I think we might get enough to spare as this one plays out over the next 2 or 3 days. There certainly seems to be better mode of attack against Kemar Roach. Been beaten outside the off stump on at least 2 occasions, maybe more.
Roach has been very good at playing the line of the ball very well across his career. Very rarely does the bat move too far outside the off stump. Happens occasionally, but doesn't sell his wicket cheaply a lot of the time. That's one of the rare ones.
You just knew he was going to do that, didn't you? As soon as you said it. Brings in a lot of different dismissals. All out there or more towards off stump. Drag it back onto the stumps, his favourite.
Lead will be down to 5. 199 for 8.
Overboard.
Joshua Da Silva on 36, 129 deliveries, getting some support from the lower order. Very important for the West Indies. As Leach comes back, no wickets yet.
Get it, 1-1-1.
200 comes up for the West Indies. From 95 for 6, 128 for 7. $200 for 8.
That's sliding. Come on, Leachy.
Yeah, you enjoy it.
Best song, you want a bamba. What a shit.
Good song, man.
Leg slipping.
Nice, mate, nice, mate. Well done, Natty. Brilliant, that.
Well, as much as Ian Bishop would prefer it not to happen, he wants to see a leg slip in there. Not a leg slip, a short leg. I definitely don't want to see a leg slip in there. That was a little bit out of character for Kemar. Big top edge. The field up on the leg side. It was relatively safe.
Oh, 202 for 8.
Well, we are nearly at parity. We're nearly at the end of the day, but we still have overs to go. But we've got the light meter out. Never a good sign. And of course, we know the protocol. We're beset by protocols. COVID protocols, broadcasting protocols, dim light protocols. I blame the weather. I mean, look at it. It's appalling. Well, for once, Da Silva has hooked upwards. Got it away in front of square as well. His norm is to get it just nicely under control behind square. That was a bit different for him. But with the light sort of teetering on the brink, Stokes is sort of pushing the limits here. And Da Silva is sending out messages, shrugging his shoulders, saying, what can I do here?
Certainly was a fascinating day's play. West Indies are just 1 run behind the England total.
Fresh air outside that off stump. Gentle discussion going on.
Gentle, huh? Looks a little more than gentle.
Oh, it's all relative, Curtly. It's all relative. All right, a furious discussion going on. Da Silva and Stokes.
I'm quite sure when West Indies get this 1 run to jaw level and then go ahead, there'll be a big cheer from the crowd, I presume. Any lead is a lead, isn't it?
By definition. Whether it becomes a crucial lead, time will tell. For now, it's just a question, it seems, of Ben Stokes in between having quiet words with Joshua Da Silva, and they will continue. In between that, he's passing the outside edge, ball after ball after ball, at Kemar Roach, who is inadvertently or maybe deliberately sending a signal that it's getting a little gloomy out there. But now he's found enough of the bat to get it away down to third man for 4. And Curtly was absolutely right. There's noise around the stadium as West Indies take the lead by 3.
As was expected from the crowd. Kemar Roach driving square of the wicket for 4 after missing a couple of deliveries. West Indies are now 3 runs ahead.
Well, we got through the over. The talking will continue. 2:07 for 8. Not quite sure what the germ of that exchange was between Stokes and Da Silva. Maybe something allied to the light, short pitch bowling, this, that, the other. There's always something at the end of a long day that can get under the skin. But Da Silva has played well. Stokes has bowled well. Stokes' figures: 16 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 40. Da Silva, 38 not out. So yes, the lead is 3 now for West Indies. Not yet crucial, not yet critical, not yet match winning.
Go!
Nonetheless, very nice to have. And of course, England are still seeking these final 2 wickets. It looks as though it might still be that way by the end of play. Just reading the signs, reading the runes, and looking at the disappearing lights. It might have to be spin at the other end again if England are to continue bowling.
Yeah. That's fine, that's fine.
But I would suggest this. Pattern of 2 days has seen the ball do things early in the day and very little later in the day. So England will be more, I would say, reluctant to carry on tonight, much more happy to come back. At the end of this over, that second new ball is due, so much happy to come back in the morning, try their luck with a second new ball, see if they can wrap things up that way. Nothing in it for the spinner. So, for instance, if the umpires were to say to Joe Root at the end of this over, well, you can carry on, but only if you bowl spin, I would give you good odds that Joe Root would just take the rest of the day off. Drifting down leg.
They have lost all the review, England.
Yeah, not needed. Not needed.
Oh, no, I love that.
Studious defence from Kemar Roach, who's done well. He's played his part. 16 not out, 44 balls, best part of an hour at the crease. Any turn is very gentle, isn't it? 80 overs are now done, so 210 for 8 it is. Discussions will almost certainly take place now about the light. Going to take yet another light reading. As we know, they will eventually decide that it's not really fit for play. They'll take a marker, they'll make a note of the reading. That will become the benchmark for future days, should the same circumstances arise. Walking away again. Well, the light is maybe just good enough then. In which case, England will do the obvious thing. Spin's no good to them at this stage. They'll do the obvious thing. Go to seam, go to pace, go to this second new ball, which will eventually get there. I have to say, Colin, our sound man's a little quicker.
Are they going to take the new ball, or are they going to just wait until tomorrow? Times certainly have changed, David. Back in the day when we played and the umpires take out the light meter, they stand in the middle of the pitch, held it up in the air. Nowadays they put it on the stumps.
It's all, excuse me, Senny, it's ambient light. In which case it means you, Ambi, should be the expert. Right, yes, we have it. It has been held aloft like a little trophy.
ball's been taken. Change of ball.
Mind you, there's still a lot of cricket to go before anyone actually does hold aloft the new Richards Botham Trophy that marks contest between West Indies and England. So we do have this second new ball. It's going to be in the hands of Chris Woakes. Woakes has wickets today, 3 of them, 3 for 43. Would love a couple more. Ain't going to pick him up that way, though.
Certainly wouldn't. Very wayward delivery. And wicketkeeper Folks did well.
Yeah, it's been a testing day for Ben Folks, actually, with this variable bounce. That affects the keepers as much as it affects the batsmen in many, many ways. Second new ball, way down leg side. It's when you need sort of a bit of jet propulsion in the heels as a keeper. It's more like it from Chris Woakes.
Chris Woakes, Ben Folks, Ben Stokes, lots of rhymes.
Didn't have you down as a poet necessarily. Well, that's found the boundary. These are always handy runs. End of the day runs always seem to count double, especially when they're against the second new ball.
Over pitch delivery on leg stump, and Joshua Da Silva, who has been there for a long time, didn't miss out. And that's what happens when you take the new ball. It travels a lot quicker.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's tough, yes, but at the same time, this is what bowlers are paid to do. Might be the end of the day. Might have felt like a long day. But the balance is so critical here. This lead, just 11 at this stage, but England really, really, really just need and know they need to finish this off. A little bit of something there, maybe. That's the line. That's the right sort of line.
That's exactly why they took the new ball, the second new ball, to try and dismiss extra bit of bounce, hitting a splice. That's why they took the second new ball, hoping to finish off the final 2 West Indian wickets.
Yeah, that line round about the off stump just outside is the line that all these guys want to operate on with this new ball. 2:15 for 8. Just to brighten up a little bit again as the sun has, what's left of it, has found a way through. So with this second new ball taken, decision had to be made as to who gets it at the other end to Chris Woakes. The answer is Craig Overton. So it might well be that Woakes and Overton finish off the day. Play due to be extended just a little bit, a little break for rain. So it can go a little bit further beyond 5:30, light permitting. The overs still to be bowled 9. Not sure we'll get all, we won't get those in.
8 overs after this one. Not so sure we'll get them in. The light is fading quite a bit.
Well, the light might be fading. Da Silva is still seeing it. Not only that, he's seeing it pretty well. We saw that shot in the previous over. He's just nearing 50. Now, this is a critical time of day, isn't it? Just ask Mahmood. Let's ask Saqib Mahmood. He's nearing 50 here in Grenada. What happens next? I have to say, I really felt for Saqib last night, having done the job so well with the bat, having been such a vital component of that last wicket partnership, 90. He just clogged one down the ground. He got himself to 49, and just that, how do I get the one? How do I get the one? Tried to maneuver it, didn't quite make it, but you never know. There might be another chance.
He really played well, Mahmood, and deserved a 50, but it wasn't to be. Was so close, only a run away. Jermaine Blackwood, the West Indies vice captain, had other ideas, dismissed him, and that was the end of the first day's play.
I would suggest Blackwood had hopes rather more than ideas. That's whipped away through the onside. Yet another familiar shot from this man, Joshua Da Silva, who's played a super hand here. Very, very useful innings indeed. 52 from 143 balls in 200 minutes.
Appreciated by everyone here and his teammates as well. Another half volley on leg stump. And was crashed away through the mid-wicket region. Bat raised. Good knock so far by Joshua Da Silva.
.221 for 8. Well, Da Silva has proved himself obdurate in the extreme, both in Barbados, saving that game, previous test match, here in earning West Indies a lead, helping to earn West Indies a lead, and that lead is now 17. He's played some really good shots. He's been very good defensively. Kept a calm head. He's had a bit of a gentle discussion with Ben Stokes in between. Interesting to see where Da Silva scored those runs, actually. 42% behind square on the leg side. A lot of those paddle hooks, and that 21% includes shots like the one that took him to 50, that clip off the legs. Both strengths of his. Oh, keep feeling for it, Kemar. Started wide, swung wider. Kemar Roach just couldn't resist. Even from there, it was already out of reach, really.
That was extremely wide for real. Kemar just lost a little bit of focus for that brief moment.
Well, Wokes has tried the outswinger followed by the inswinger. Maybe better just to stick to the one. Let's have a look back at this 50 from Joshua Da Silva. Good use of the feet against Leach earlier on. Those clips, see a few of those. There's another one, another clip through the onside. The clips and pulls were the major components of those runs. He's now 52 not out. Now the ball is swinging, the second new ball is swinging. The light is improving yet again, just finding a way through the gaps in the stands from the west. But what Woakes needs to do is just find that line. There's a little freedom, little margin for error, but he's got to just find that line which draws Roach into the defence or even into the drive and just gives it time to swing. And then, all being well, someone like Folkes or the 3 slips will do the rest. Well, Folkes is in use, is in action, not quite the way he would like to be at the end of this long day, having to very sharply move down the leg side again.
Chris Woakes just a bit off target in this over. 1 or 2 good outswingers, 1 or 2 down the leg side. So the radar is not quite unsung.
Right.
Yeah, I'm sure you can. Well, he will be as frustrated as anyone. I mean, you know what it's like if what you're trying to do isn't happening, isn't working, and you know there's no one else to blame. It's just frustration. Nonetheless, it is a maiden. 2:21 for 8. So time ebbing away on his second day here in Grenada. The cruise ship's in. Grandance beach in the background, top left. So many of the hotels are sited there. Lovely, lovely beach that is. A lot of sailing in this part of the world as well, of course. So a lovely natural harbour here at St George's. There we go again. That'll push through the onside. Got the man deep at square leg who comes round to make sure it is just the one. Da Silva moves on to 53. Oh, that's close. It's kept low, it's come back. Somehow Kemar Roach has stayed inside it. Folkes again tested. A lot of the swing movement comes after the ball has gone past both bat and stumps, but there's a little bit of movement off the pitch initially. This is frustrating for England, so frustrating for bowler, for captain, for the 11 on the field alike, for all those praying for these final 2 wickets. Overton finds the edge, but it goes down, finds the gap, rolls away for 4 more.
Valuable runs for the West Indies, extending that lead. And this partnership, David, is a very good one. 49 it stands at the moment. More frustration for England.
Yeah, frustration for England. Good news for West Indies, and they've worked hard for this. Da Silva and Roach have worked very, very hard for this. That is the 50 partnership, which comes from 89 deliveries. And they are fully entitled to a little punch of the gloves. Fully entitled, of course, to carry on the good work too. It's been hard earned, hard fought. A lot of skill and determination have gone into that. Now the highest partnership actually this West Indies first innings. Now, there were cries yesterday, some of them facetious, but cries yesterday from the UK suggesting that maybe Leach and Mahmood could open the innings with their skills of the bat in the final, in the last wicket partnership. No doubt there'll be the same things being said today about Da Silva and Roach. Promotion is due.
Tell those good folks, don't get carried away.
Correct. Correct. Sympathise with the top order batsmen who've had the toughest part of it. I'll tell you what, if you ask them as well, if you ask, for instance, either any of these partners yesterday or today, these late wicket partnerships, if they'd like to do that, they say, no thanks, we're very happy. 2:28 for 8. Yep, that lead is now up to 24. Still 2 wickets in hand for West Indies as well. Still anyone's game. And still a question as to whether or not the light is still just good enough for play to continue. But it seems that it's back in the pocket. Well, they've been checking the lights, approving the light, so here we go. 85th over of this innings.
Da Silva has been involved with 3 very good partnerships. First with Kyle Mayers, then with Alzarri Joseph, and now the biggest one of all with Kemar Roach.
Well, full credit to them.
The light isn't the best at the moment. I'm sure maybe at the end of this over, the light meters may be out again.
Are you sure that's a maybe? Yeah, it's got to that point, hasn't it, where they'll be keeping a weather eye on things each and every over. It's been that sort of game. Top 7 in this match have averaged 12. Numbers 8 to 11, 58. Lots of things contributing to that. We talked yesterday afternoon about balls getting old, about pitch seeming to get a little bit more friendly, about the problems up the order. I mean, I think what will make a difference ultimately in this game could well be if anyone, having just seen those stats, if anyone makes a substantial score, say in the top 5, and somehow survives the vagaries of the pitch and the newer ball, for instance tomorrow, when at some stage, maybe, to use your word Curtly, England will get a bat. Someone makes runs in the top 5, that can make a big difference. If it comes down to the tail enders having to make the runs, maybe for England's second innings again, maybe for West Indies in the 4th innings, well, that'll be tense, that is for sure. But we're looking for someone to make a real difference in the game. Right, 85 overs done, 2:28 for 8. The light meter, as predicted, is out again. So far, the umpires have decided that the light is just bearable.
This could be it this time, because it doesn't really look good at the moment. So this could very well be it. Both umpires are...
What are they going to do? There's a little shake of the head. The suspense is unbearable. I mean, it's just the light, for heaven's sake. There we go. Oh,
Sorry, David.
just for a moment I thought there'd been a decision. Checking the light at both ends.
Yeah, but if it's dark at one end, it must be dark at the other end.
It all depends. No, Curtly. How naive can you be? It all depends how you look at it and where you look at it from. Very thorough, though. I've got to say, a very thorough check of the light.
But on a serious note, if it's dark at one end, how much brighter can it be 22 yards away?
I'm finding it very hard to argue the point. Well, let's say this. The umpires are doing their best to keep play going.
What would be very disappointing if it's one of these two batsmen were to get out and straight away they walk off.
And I empathise with that one.
It's a little bit surprising that there are no lights at the stadium.
You've ruined my gag. There are the lights. The slight tricky problem is they are for the adjacent stadium where they play a bit of football. It's nicely bowled. A little bit of movement. Bit of a grope in the dark. Sorry, the accessible light by Kemar Roach.
Good delivery from Overton. Good bounce as well. In terms of the lights, they're just next door for the football. Should be in a situation where they could have switched around for the cricket. So it's a twofold kind of thing.
Oh, that's guided away through the gap in the slips. That'll be 4. Lead goes up again. Now 28.
More valuable runs for the West Indies. That's the second time we've seen Kemar Roach guiding the ball down the third man. He's enjoying it. Flag in hand, horn.
Now the frustration continues for England. 232 for 8. But the good work continues for West Indies. And again, give them full credit. They've stuck it through, have Da Silva and Roach. Partnership of 55 now. Now, Kurt, do you or do you not think they are going to test both ends?
They probably might, but my questions still remain.
Hang on. He's not liking it. The pavilion end, it's just a one-end thing, Kurt. It's a one-end thing. It's not good enough at the pavilion end. Umpires have sole control of weather and light. They've finally come to the conclusion that just short of the scheduled close of play, the rescheduled close of play, actually just by a couple of minutes, that enough is enough for day 2 here at the National Stadium in Grenada. It's been a long day for all concerned. Hot and humid out there. England started slowly, started to get amongst the wickets, struggled at the end, and of course this partnership between Da Silva and Roach has remained resistant throughout until the close of play. So 55 unbeaten is the partnership, 54 unbeaten is Da Silva, who has played a seriously good hand here for West Indies. And that's how the card looks at the end of day 2 here at the National Stadium. So runs from John Campbell again at the top. Disappointments from many of the top order, but it was tough for the top order. Got slightly easier through the day again, as it had on day 1. Nonetheless, full credit to Da Silva for his 54, to Roach for his 25, to Joseph. Alzarri Joseph, 28 from 59 as well. The tail has certainly wagged, and West Indies have earned a lead.
Steve Hammerson alongside me. Good morning, Steve. A lead of 28. Not too significant at the moment, but still something to work with.
Yeah, good morning, Samuel. Good morning, everyone. I think we're in for a fascinating day. 28 runs ahead. I think this is a good move, Seki Mahmood, with the first over. England have got to make these two batsmen play. Brand new ball, 6 overs old. Guilty in the first up with the new ball. Overton and Wokes of not using it properly.
First run of the morning. Kemar Roach. 63 deliveries he's faced yesterday. Highest partnership of the innings for the West Indies. It's worth 56 now. But he's played his part with the bat to perfection. He's demonstrated that stickability, that tenacity. You got to look at the surface this morning, Steve, and those cracks opening up quite a bit more in some crucial places as well.
Yeah, the fuller areas, the good length fuller areas, the seem as though they're holding quite nicely. It's 1 or 2 areas just sort of back of a length, short of a length, which have caused a lot of the batsmen problem. Ball's gone along the ground from that length, and that's the area that the England bowlers should be targeting. From a batsman's point of view, there's not much pace in the pitch, and there's not much pace in either bowling attack. See here, there's still a good covering of grass on it, just holding it all together as we go past the footmarks. See there, cracks do start to appear now. They're the areas, these areas now where England should be targeting, and that's where the West Indies will be targeting when they come out. More areas sort of bowling towards us. The area, that's a good area from Seki Mahmood, wanting and making sure that because he's skiddy trajectory, it's not going to bounce too much. If anything, it's going to go keep low, challenging this Kemar Roach's middle and off stump.
Yeah, absolutely. The key is to have these batsmen playing at the ball, playing at the deliveries, bringing the stumps into the equation, not having them leave. Didn't leave that one, Kemar Roach, and it's quite instructive to see that Joshua Da Silva taking a single off the first delivery and giving Kemar Roach the strike. Certainly backs his skill, backs his ability with the bat. Spoke to him yesterday evening about that. And he did mention that he trusts these low-order batsmen. Even went as far as saying even if Jayden Seals comes in, he wouldn't change his approach. Another play and a miss. First over done, 233 for 8.
So that's the end of the first over of the third day of the 36th test. West Indies 233 for 8. This is Silva on 55, Josh 25.
Thank you.
Chris Wokes, 3 for 48. Had a double wicket maiden yesterday. picked up those 2 crucial wickets. Jim Blackwood followed by Jason Holder. Wonderful conditions once again here at the Grenada National Stadium. Two slips and a gully. Hasn't had the best series so far, Chris Wokes, with the ball not really penetrative. Steve Hamilton, you were pleased with this?
Yeah, you were pleased just after, straight after the lunch break, after not using the ball well. He came in and hit the pitch hard. Given a wicket there by Jason Holding. Not want to see that again, but his first wicket against Bonner was a good ball. Well directed. Hit the pitch a lot better in that middle session.
Seen quite a few play and misses. Couple from Kemar Roach. That one there from Joshua Da Silva, away from his body. Additional bounce in the surface. Just seems as though they want to feel ball on bat. Have to remember that they're starting over, they're starting fresh. Crucial first half an hour. That one was well controlled.
Yeah, it's a beautiful shot by Joshua Da Silva. And that's the thing on this surface with the bowlers that are on show. And Da Silva, he was very good in defence yesterday, very disciplined in defence yesterday. See here, he's coming forward, even a short ball. He's looking to come at the ball. He's still coming at the ball, so probably played more scoring shots this morning, more attacking shots this morning than he tried yesterday. But the one thing I will say about Da Silva and Roach, when the new ball came, they did look to be more positive towards it, and so they see this as scoring chance. There was a marked shift to be a little bit more positive towards the new ball last night. West Indian wicketkeeper Da Silva decided that he wasn't going to wait for one with his name on it to bounce or keep low. He was going to try and use the hardness of the ball to score, because it seems that, yes, it's more dangerous when from an attacking point of view, but it also seems that it's the best time to score when the ball's new.
Yeah, not often we can say that the batsmen, the top order batsmen, can learn so much from the low order batsmen. Not only in the way they valued their wickets, but also their techniques. Quite simple, uncomplicated. You look at Jack Leach and Saqib Mahmood, the way they were playing on the first day. And then these two, Zari Joseph as well. Batsmen will do well to learn from that. 236 for 8. Lead pushes up now to 32. Partnership with 59. Similar shot from Joshua Da Silva, picks up a couple this time. A few boundary riders for Saqib Mahmood when Joshua Da Silva is on strike. Deep fine leg, deep forward square, as well as a point on the boundary. So they're quite cognizant of the importance of saving runs, particularly against Da Silva. They looked at attack Kemar Roach a little bit more. And that pull shot has brought about another change in field, so a slip fielder comes out to that short mid-wicket region. Might have felt that he missed out on that occasion, Da Silva.
A full toss, wide, swinging. Silva, his eyes lit up there and just a little bit out of his reach. But I didn't enjoy that change of field there by England. Josh Da Silva's played a couple of shots across the line now, and all of a sudden England have gone to a spread field where England have got to try and take wickets. And I think if Da Silva is going to come out of his shell, and he's going to try and play a shot, well, you need people in catching positions. England have gone from sort of 3 slips in a gully to a 5-4 leg side field. When you're trying to get wickets to get off the park, you've got a new ball in your hand. So it seemed that one attacking shot has made England go so defensive when they really need to be more attacking to try and get the wicket to break this partnership, to get off the field and obviously start the batting.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but I can see the thinking from Joe Root, maybe wanting to have Kemar Roach on strike. I feel that that might be the better option of taking one of these 2 wickets. And we've seen Joshua Da Silva with that proclivity to give the strike to number 10.
I think you can still give the strike to Kemar Roach, not a problem, but you've got a new ball. You've got a wicket which has got a little bit in it, and all of a sudden you have a new guy on fresh this morning in Da Silva, and you're spreading out. All of a sudden Kemar Roach comes on strike. You 3 slips, gully, points in. So I think my point is keep your catches in for Da Silva. Spread out, not a problem. Have a deep point, have a square leg. As we've seen there's something in the surface going straight along the deck. So got to get it straighter. But I don't see any reason why you'd go and not have your catches into Da Silva as well as a couple of boundary riders and be happy that if he does get off strike.
Takes the single off the final delivery. Kemar Roach will be on strike. 240 for 8.
Come on, lads.
Young one in the stand, looking on quite intently. The other 2 hands. 3 slips in a gully for Chris Wokes. Seems to be a completely different intent this morning from the West Indian batsmen. Very positive. They're looking to get bat on ball. I'd just be thinking that with this new ball is the easiest time to score, as you are alluding to, Steve. Joshua Da Silva playing some shots. Kemar Roach also looking to get bat on ball.
Right.
Might be leg buys once again. Yes, it is. Speaking to Kima Roach this morning, Steve, about the West Indian batsmen against the short ball in particular. For the first time in this series, we've seen some assistance for the fast bowlers. Not much pace, mind you, and still their techniques came into question. Quite a few hits to helmet, hit on the body, just like this.
Yeah, it was a good hit from, two good hits for John Campbell. He's really struggling to pick length up on this surface. That's a great shot. Fantastic shot from Joshua Da Silva, just slightly over-pitched from Chris Wokes. Didn't swing. Found the middle of Josh Da Silva's bat.
Regal from Joshua Da Silva. Full face of the bat, high elbows. That would please him no end. And just back on that point with the technique against the short ball, Kima was alluding to the fact that in the region, they haven't played on surfaces that have challenged their techniques often enough. And when you reach at the international level and you're facing that type of bowling that really asks questions of you, you're found out. The whole discussion about types of surfaces that are used in first-class cricket comes to bear once again. 245 for 8.
How was that over, Joe?
We started at 2 minutes up. Still 2 minutes, Joe.
It's been a productive morning for the West Indies so far.
Talking about the short ball, Samuel Badri, and that ball not bouncing as much as the batsman thinks. That was a very, very short ball from Saki Mahmood. No pace in it from a surface point of view, where Kima Roach comfortable just dropping his hands and getting out of the way of it. Has been an issue for the West Indies batsmen, the short ball. Whether you stand up and play it, whether you sway out the way of it, or you take it on like Jason Holder did, and everybody's got their own preference of choice. But when you look at the two bowling attacks, there's not much venom in it from a pace point of view. Yes, we've played on placid pitches, but I wouldn't say there is an out-and-out fast bowler in this contest. Saki Mahmood or Ben Stokes is England's quickest bowler. They're getting around 135, 136, and Alzari Joseph was nudging 90 mile an hour. But you wouldn't say there were bowlers that you'd be terrified of. So I think if the West Indies have an issue with a short ball, they're going to have to rectify it very quickly when they come up against a bowling attack. I think South Africa had a good time against the West Indies with Rabada and Nokia. I'd say them two are obviously a lot quicker than anybody in this match, probably Alzari Joseph apart. So something that probably Phil Simmons and guys will be looking at.
Another delivery that dies on its way through to the wicketkeeper. Quite a few. Comes back to the line that we're talking about. Straight wicket to wicket. Bring the stumps into play. If these are on target, LBW's bowl down more often than not. Seen Craig Brathwaite and Shamar Brooks falling to these types of deliveries because they were on target.
Well, I think I will say from a bowling point of view, there's a few times where they have gone a bit straighter and it has kept low, but it's jagged back. So it's clipped the pad, gone down leg side, and that's always in the bowler's mind as well. Well kept out from Kemar Roach. Good Yorker from Saqib Mahmood. But as a bowler, sometimes you feel as though, well, I'm trying to bowl straighter, but when I bowl straighter, it nips back. So I'm trying to go that little bit wider, hoping it nips back, and it doesn't. It's the same as when sometimes you get in England, swinging conditions. Very difficult to control it, but England have got to bowl a lot more at the stumps.
Huge shot given. Gets the wicket, Saqib Mahmood. Another good catch down the leg side from Ben Foakes. And England get the 9th.
Exactly what we were just talking about. The ball nips back. A lot straighter there from Saqib Mahmood. This one nips back and just catches the glove, I think. Again, good catch down the leg side from Ben Foakes. And yeah, happy man, Saqib Mahmood. He gets his 2nd wicket of the Test match. Kemar Roach's excellent innings for the West Indies comes to an end at 25, and West Indies are 245 for 9.
Final batsman for the West Indies, Jayden Seales. This is the reason why he's here. Down the leg side, Kemar Roach trying to just work that one. More evasive action than anything. And a feather through, more than a feather through to Ben Foakes. Has been good in this Test series. Good glove work, quite solid. Had some difficult surfaces to work on. But made absolutely no mistake with that one. Da Silva on strike. West Indies lead at this stage by 41. Thanks in the main to the lower order. Mayers 28, Joseph 28, Roach 25, Da Silva unbeaten 65. Can Jayden Seales continue that trend?
No.
That would have might have been painful for Ben Foakes. Just died on him once again. Talking about the line, Steve Hammerson, the one that was straight, got the wicket.
Yeah, I think that tells you everything. That England bowled too wide again this morning. See there, what's that? 2, 3 hitting the stumps. Ball that is on a wicket which. Joshua Da Silva has decided that he might trust Jaden Seals, but he's gonna be a little bit more positive, a little bit more expansive. Good fielding there by Zach Crawley, but I think the point is nearly everybody in this ground who has either played the game or loves the game knows and understands that this wicket you need to bowl straight on. For me this morning, England have been too wide, far too wide. Second time in this match that we've been critical of how England have used the new ball.
Slow ball from Chris Wokes. Two deliveries left in the over. Joe Root bringing in the deep mid wicket to cut the single. Want to keep Jaden Seals on strike for the next over. Huge out, walked across, given. And he will review immediately. I just wonder if it's because he thinks he hits it or because he has that review.
LBW. It's a fair delivery. Leslie to mark, we have a player review for LBW. The original decision is out. I've already checked the front foot. It's a fair delivery. Can you move on to front on, please? Yeah, the ball is quite close to the bat. Doesn't appear to be any bat. I'm going to need ultra edge to confirm. So we're in an ultra edge. Yeah, there's a spike as the ball is resting on the bat. Mark, I'm ready to go back on field to Joel. Joel, I'm going to have to ask you to overturn the decision to not out. You're on screen now. Signal.
Decision overturned. Joshua Da Silva reviewed it immediately, sensed it, felt it, knew he hit it. Therefore, cannot be out LBW. He's been given out LBW twice in the series so far. His two modes of dismissal.
But it was better from Chris Wokes, straight to challenging the stumps. Da Silva relieved, but he knew straight away. Knew straight away that it was straight, but managed to get a little tickle on it before. It's quite funny actually, because when you've seen it front down, like an optical illusion, it didn't look as though he got anywhere near his bat.
Doesn't get the single. Seals will be on strike. 2, 4, 5 for 9.
At the end of the over, West Indies 245-49. We would like to thank the official sponsors of the West Indies team who support this main series. Apex, the official sponsor of the series. Stanford, CG Shaw, Betway, MasterCard, Harry, Blue Waters, and the Grenada Tourism Authority.
Jaden Seals, many West Indian fans will remember, was part of that match-winning partnership with Kemar Roach against Pakistan at Sabina Park. Demonstrated good temperament in that particular contest. Big occasion for a young man, and he was able to come through with the guidance of the very experienced Kemar Roach. Slightly different scenario here, but still would want to bat with Joshua Da Silva, get a few more. 41 the lead now. Yeah, Ben Foakes came into this series with a lot of hype as being one of the best wicketkeepers in England, certainly one of the best in the world. Down the leg side, John Campbell yesterday. And then today, good movement and good technique from him. He's demonstrated that throughout, both against the fast bowling and the spinner. like I mentioned, hasn't been the easiest of surfaces throughout Antigua, Kensington, and then here. Good short delivery, well directed, good technique from Jaden Seals. Got out of the way, unlike some of the other batsmen previously.
This was very well bowled and very well played. It is short, it is short. Seam, see this seam bowled upright as ball pitches, and the seam gets bowled upright, and that's why it drifts back towards Jaden Seals. Beauty of a short ball, well played. This is where Saqib Mahmood has got to be right on the money. He's number 11 batsman. You've put him on the back foot. Can you, the knockout blow in and around the top of the stumps, or do you go again?
Solidly behind that one, Jaden Seals. I really like this young kid, the way he plays his cricket with the ball, even with the bat in the field. He's taken a couple excellent catches in the deep.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think he's been a real find for the West Indies in this series. The way he's bowled, his energy. He's not shy of giving it back to the batsman, even in the infancy of his career.
That's the one, isn't it? Short ball a couple times just to push him back, and then searching for that Yorker. Jaden Seals was up to the task. And the more he bats, the more confidence Joshua Da Silva will place on him. Saw Da Silva in that last over try a few adventurous strokes. Just wonder if after this over he'll settle down, seeing LBW shout, huge shout, not out. And they haven't gotten a review. It goes down to the boundary as well. 4 leg byes it will be. Haven't gotten any reviews as well, England. So they'll have to accept that decision. 2:45 for 9. Contact might have been a bit high. Just have to wait further replays to get a definitive bit of tracking on that. What a welcome boundary nonetheless for the West Indies. Pushes that lead to 45. No bat involved. Let's have a look. Yep, that would have been out, should have been out. In the end, it isn't out. Yeah, what a reaction from Saqib Mahmood.
Frustration for Saqib and England. Pitched on. It'll hit the top of off stump. To England paying for the folly of a couple of poor reviews yesterday. And that's kind of smart. Tough lad, Josh Da Silva. Wicket keepers are used to having their hands and fingers and thumbs banged around. It's a nasty delivery. Ball is still doing one or two things, Curtly Ambrose.
Hello, Butch. It certainly is. And that one bounced quite a lot And that is painful. That is painful. And that's what we spoke about the last couple of days. The variable bounce. Some will bounce, some will keep a bit low. Immediately call for some treatment.
Said he's a keeper. They're used to it. Worth having another look at this LBW shout. I suppose that if you're the umpire, you're thinking to yourself, well, the ball hasn't nipped back at the left-hander. And from that length, the likelihood is that it's going to pitch outside the line of leg stump. It didn't. So frustration for England. You can understand why the on-field umpire shook his head. But had England not burnt those reviews yesterday, they would have had a chance to have a look at it, and they'd be getting themselves ready to bat right now. Da Silva's okay. 65 not out. It's been a gritty innings.
Played some good shots. Wasn't afraid to use his feet to the spinners as well. Full face of the bat down the ground. Good innings.
Woke's going into one-day mode against Da Silva, who's shown an inclination to try and bang the ball over the mid-wicket region. Really favours that leg side, shovels the ball into mid-wicket. Played that beautiful on drive, straight down the ground. His weight and balance in excellent order. England are protecting that side of the field.
Still seem to be in a bit of discomfort. Joshua Da Silva, and that single brings up the 250 for the West Indies. Overall lead of 46.
Yeah, and England will do well to remember what Jack Leach, Saqib Mahmood did on day one. Got the opposition 9 down. The job isn't over. Seals has certainly shown some aptitude to get stuck in. Been afraid to speak his mind to one or two of the England players with ball in hand, and he's not backing down from the challenge with the bat either. Leg slip in place now. Not seen many balls go down with this second new ball, but we've seen one or two jump alarmingly when England have been able to find the correct length. This lead of 46 is going to be very precious for the West Indies. .94 gone, 250 for 9. Field spreads with Josh Da Silva on strike. We wondered yesterday about Da Silva as to whether he had the ability to change gears and be able to take the initiative on himself. Shown himself to be extremely determined in defence and has faced a lot of deliveries, 174 for his 66. But has shown a lot of confidence in the tail that he's batting with, but it looks as though now is the time he's going to flick the switch with Jaden Seals at the other end.
That's another one that bounced a little bit. Probably a little more than Da Silva expected. It's always a ticklish situation, isn't it? Should I take every single one possible, or should I take as many deliveries?
In the air. Splits Stokes and Wokes. He does decide to take the run this time. I think on this surface you take every run you can get, don't you?
I believe they should. It's not a situation where they're trying to save a game. I mean, every single one counts. You just have to trust, seize a little bit, hope it does. Because so far he's looking good, he's looking solid. Just take everyone's possible. You already have a good lead. Still in some discomfort. Joshua Da Silva taking that blow on the finger. That was it right there. And immediately, yes, that was painful.
Doing the right thing, though, to Silva, getting himself out of his crease in his stance and then looking to get forward. Yeah, he's in some trouble here. Will at some point be putting the keeping gloves on and having to take multiple deliveries. Not sure that's doing it any good.
I don't think it's broken, so that's a good sign.
But if it wasn't before, it might be now.
Three balls left in this over. 3 deliveries for Jaden Seals to negotiate. Akib Mahmood has worked up ahead of steam since this morning.
Oh, so close. Good awareness from Seals.
Sakib Mahmood, my apologies. Come on, Ambi, get it right. He's looking solid, isn't he, Jaden Seals?
That was Ambrose-like, that forward defensive stroke. Wonder if we'll see the right leg going towards mid-wicket, the big slash over extra cover you were known for.
Well, I'm not as strong as some of these big power hitters, so I had to clear my front leg, looking for leverage. to get as much as I can.
It's one thing you're not short of. Seals survives once more. 2-5-1 for 9. Handy runs down the order. 28 from Mayers, 28 from Joseph, 25 from Kemar Roach. Josh Da Silva holding firm on 67. Runs could be very valuable. Also putting extra mileage into the legs of the England players. Just talking to assistant coach Marcus Trescothick this morning, just inquiring as to the welfare of the players. Another tough, hot day yesterday. He said, well, the one thing that has perhaps caused them the most discomfort out there is the fact that the outfield is very heavy, very sand-based, so the bowlers end up feeling it in their hamstrings and calves.
No.
Might explain why both bowling attacks were really flagged in the last session of the day.
Certainly not an easy thing to do throughout the day when outfield is heavy. It does take a toll on your legs after a while. Not that you know much about it, Butch. You're standing in slips all day.
Upstairs for thinking, Kirtley. Slower ball. They're looking for 2. Seals didn't get a great start there, and they rightly decide to settle for 1. Now the field will come in. Looks as though Da Silva has decided to take the runs on offer, and I think that's right. Lead now up to 48.
I think he's doing the right thing. Take every single one possible.
It's not the sort of surface or outfield where you can go out there and blaze the ball around, particularly with the field back. Difficult to get the right sort of timing. All coming off the pitch at different paces, so you're not going to be able to stand there and blaze the first 3 or 4 deliveries of an over for 4. So you've just got to take whatever's on offer. 3 slips in a gully. Woke searching for his 4th.
Getting close to the first hour of this morning's session.
It's up and it's over from Seals. The lead goes up to 50.
Nothing is too wrong with that shot. Was in the arc. He's looking really solid, Jaden Seals. 2-5-4 for 9.
Scoring rates have been comfortably below 3 runs and over in the Test match so far. So 50 runs is a substantial lead, you would imagine. In fact, the only time really that the batters were on top was when England had the new ball in hand from the beginning of day 2, and they rather wasted it. West Indies got off to a flyer in the context of this game. 50 for 1 from 17. England readjusted their tactics and their length, and things started to get a lot more difficult for the West Indies. But that start is significant. 50 without loss is now the lead West Indies carry. Well, no prizes for guessing which side of the ground that Josh Da Silva favours. So that some hand wrapped round the handle, shovels the ball into the leg side. 86% of those 68 runs coming on the leg side of the ground. Silva turns down another one.
Surprise me. Surprise me. Good.
Seen a short ball at Josh Da Silva. We saw the ball that bounced off a length that hit him in the bottom hand, but no intentional bounce as yet.
This certainly is a good innings by Joshua Da Silva, the West Indies wicket-keeper batsman. Really shepherded the lower half of the batting. Couple of good partnerships. First with Kyle Mayers, then Alzawi Joseph, then Kemar Roach.
Yeah, 95 for 6. 1 point yesterday in the afternoon session, 128 for 7. And West Indies then had things their own way in the evening session, as England had done the day before. .255 for 9. Partnerships there been absolute gold dust for the West Indies. 33 with Mayers, 49 with Alzawi Joseph, 68 with Kemar Roach, and now 10 with Jayden Seales. And the way that Da Silva bats requires a lot of patience from the lower order. He has to be able to trust that they're going to hang around and face their fair share of deliveries. They're now going to have to face up to Ben Stokes. Chris Wokes has tried, huffed and puffed from the river end. Hasn't been able to blow Da Silva's house down.
Well, I guess he's not a big enough bad wolf.
Calling Josh Da Silva a little piggy.
You started it. Yeah, but England are desperate to get this final wicket. The lead is already 5-1. It's been a bit frustrating for them as well.
Stiff looking delivery, that one from Ben Stokes.
It usually takes him an over or so to get going.
Two balls then. Stokes has at Jaden Seals. He'll probably go around the wicket. Stokes will look to target the stumps. Been guilty of being perhaps a little bit wide on the occasion that they have had Jaden Seals in their sights. So Stokes will come around the wicket, try to pound away, get the ball to go back in towards that off stump. Short leg might not be a bad spot, just given the way that that ball has bounced off a length. England opting for the leg slip instead. Solidly played. 2, 5, 6 for 9. England perhaps would have hoped they wouldn't have needed to turn to Jack Leach this morning. Saqib Mahmood has finished his spell. He was unfortunate, should have had the wicket of Jaden Seals, but on-field decision was not out for the LBW, and England have no reviews left. Now England's tactics will be interesting in terms of how they try to keep Josh Da Silva quiet, how they get Jaden Seals on strike. Jack Leach's record against left-handed batters is considerably less impressive than that against the right. Interesting to see what approach Da Silva takes against Jack Leach. Not sure that Joe Root is going to offer him the opportunity to go up and over the top. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 men back on the fence to Da Silva, who's into the 70s.
You want that one?
I think he might have been tempted to leave mid-off up. Just offer the opportunity to go over the top. He's much stronger on the leg side, so cover that area.
One.
I'm just wondering with Jack Leach in the attack,
Come in, Nat. Come in, Nat.
it may be a little easier for JDCs to handle a spin as opposed to the quicker bowlers.
Is he the type of number 11 that will be tempted by a slow bowler to have a go?
Well, that's possible. But then he's a kind of guy who's got a very cool head on his shoulders. He knows the situation, so I don't think he would go for that big shot.
Bottom edge.
Nice, Leachy. Nice, Leachy. Good that, Natty. Good, Natty. Oh, nice one. Nice. Good, Leachy. Good, Leachy.
Well, 4 balls in the over. There shouldn't really be much of a discussion here. Field needs to come up.
The question is, will they do it? Because Joshua Da Silva has got the ability to go over the top as well. So you've got to take that into consideration.
Yeah, well, that's a risk you should take, really. You want to try and have 6 deliveries at Jayden Seales.
Come in, Nat.
Mid-off comes up into the circle, but point stays back, as do the 3 fielders on the leg side. Well, that's poor, I'm afraid, from England.
Nice, Nat. Nice, Nat. Like that, Nat. Come in, lads. Left arm over. Get him again, now, get him again.
Well,
Touch, Kago.
Captain Joe Root couldn't prevent that single.
The thing is, you'd want to bring the field up and try and encourage Josh Da Silva to go over the top. Make him hit the ball in the air. For so many reasons, that was poor cricket. Seales sees off the last ball. Da Silva will have the strike at the beginning of the next over. But in the meantime, we'll take a Blue Waters drinks break.
England have been made to work this morning, Steve Harmison.
Yeah, they have, and that man there on your screen, Joshua Da Silva, starting to play, you'd think, a big part in possibly being a match-winning innings, 71. England started off, I thought, bowled a little too wide.
Oh, no.
But Wokes especially, again, with a new ball bowled a touch too wide at Da Silva and at Kemar Roach this morning. Saki Mahmood was a little bit better, but West Indian fans, Grenada fans, very, very happy with how the morning's gone. 53 in front. We won't want it to get too much more than that. He gets up to 65, 70. And you really feel as though it could be a struggle for England. Listen to your elders. Always told, listen to your elders. Man on the left has seen a lot of cricket. Junior on the right, absorbing all the information that he's been given.
Lovely, pal. Oh, that's ball and Stoker. Brilliant, mate.
They were willing to offer the run with one delivery to go.
Come on, lads, come on, lads. Next.
Come on, lads, come on, boys.
More valuable runs. Two 6-2 for 9.
After 100 overs, West Indies 262 for 9, a lead of 58 runs. Joshua Da Silva 72, Jaden Sales on 6.
Bugsy.
Frustration for England. Gone with one ball. Last ball of the over. Joe Root. Everything seems to be going against him at the moment.
Nice, not about that. Did that Liche?
Stokes did. And the right thing, making Seals play, only going for one ball. Been quite happy for Da Silva to get a single off. 5th ball of the over.
Good now, good now. Brilliant Liche, brilliant Liche. Love it Liche, love it Liche. Nice, not about that. Brilliant there, Liche, brilliant, mate.
We talked about it at length yesterday, Joshua Da Silva, though. You look at this first 76 deliveries, just 11 runs, but has the ability to turn it up.
Nice, not safe.
His next 60 runs came off 118 balls halfway through that last over. Good head on his shoulders and has the ability to expand his stroke play. That has batted so much time since his test debut. It's been very impressive.
Nice, mate, nice, mate. Love it, Liche. Brilliant, lads. Very good. Brilliant, Liche. Go!
Just one taken, so Da Silva will keep strike. 2-6-3 for 9.
Ben Stokes, he's had to. The umpire, Wokes, Stokes, Root, the brains trust of this England cricket team, and to work out, find a way of either removing Joshua Da Silva or putting enough pressure on and trying to get Jaden Seals back on strike for the first ball of an over so they can get a real good go at the West Indian number 11. This minute in time, Da Silva seems to be taking the game away from England and frustrating England. And as well as he has been attacking in his last 125 balls, but he's played the situation very, very well. I think he's absorbed the game when it was very difficult to score. And then I think there was a marked change when the new ball came, that instead of waiting for one with his name on it, in and around that sort of back of a length, he decided, right, this is the best time to score, seized the initiative, game situation. That's what he thinks he's done well. And because of that, he's put the West Indies in a fantastic position. Partnership with Kemar Roach. There was a change, there was a marked change when the new ball came, that he started playing a few more shots because he believed that this is, it's a good time to bowl, but it's also a good time to score when the field comes in and the ball's that little bit harder.
Yeah, and I think just looking forward to Joshua Da Silva's career, he does have a range because he's played T20 cricket domestically, and he's also done well in List A cricket domestically. So it's a career that's building.
Very strong in that area, short ball area. Has been a good friend to Joshua Da Silva. And he showed some character as well. He didn't mind having a go with Ben Stokes last night. I think Ben Stokes is looking to try and sort of cause an argument, try and sort of get himself going by getting into a little contest, a little duel. And there was at times last night, I thought Joshua Da Silva was instigating the fight with Stokes, which shows the character that the boy's got. I also think there's been a little technical change in his setup as well. I think he's tried to get his front leg going across the stumps to sort of going down the wicket, which gives him a better chance of getting his bat through straighter. He's played a lot straighter in this innings compared to what he did in Antigua and on Barbados, and that's paying dividends.
Cecil also done a very good job. 22 deliveries faced, 264 for 9. Lead is 60.
Nice. I love that, Nat. Lichi. Love it, Nat. Love it, Nat. Effort, Lichi. Get Lichi. Effort, mate. Brilliant, Lichi, brilliant, mate. Effort in, that's it. Nice, Leachy. What about Leachy? Good knock, good knock. Brilliant, Leachy boy. Brilliant, mate.
Cat and mouse, the field comes up in outfield.
Nice, mate, nice, mate. Real good that, Leachy. Leachy. Brilliant that, buddy.
I think the umpires may check whether it's 4 or 6.
Great positive intent. The last ball of the over on straight. I think this is 6. I think this hit the rope on the full. It's hit it on the full. Jack Leach just thrown it above the eye line. Joshua Da Silva's gone straight. Power gone straight. Both men come inside the what would be the imaginary 30-yard circle.
Gregory Brathwaite did sort of indicate with his hand that he thought it was 4 before he sought confirmation. Yep, stays with 4. $268 for 9.
Have no muscles.
With whatever the outcome of the match is, you can't speak too highly about the character of this West Indies team. Because they've stuck in from a precarious position, as England did with the bat, and it's come to a situation where it's not run England's way this morning.
No, they've had a real trouble this morning. Wicket given and then referred. No referrals left. Whether it pitched outside, a bit high. I decided there was enough doubt in there, and he didn't give the decision, which frustrated Saqib Mahmood in that one. They've gone to third slip, low down. England decided they had 2 slips in a gully. Definitely not England's morning. Frustration from England, but Da Silva, I think every bit of luck that he's had so far, I think he's deserved it from how hard he's battled.
I think too, Steve, just to build on what you're saying, this guy, yes, he had that moment of great fame with Kemar Roach when they beat Pakistan. He held on for that last wicket, but has always shown the propensity to stick in there. Kemar Roach before him, Alzari Joseph before that with Joshua Da Silva, although you can question the dismissal of Joseph. Again, holder. And just like with Leach and Mahmood, it tells you something about the character of the team.
Yeah, 100%. I think that what we've had in this game is, you know, the bowlers valuing their defence and their techniques and their limited shot options, and that's actually worked the best for them on this surface.
Don't we always, us bowlers?
Exactly, yeah. I had every shot in the book, and every time I tried to play one, ball went down to third man. So I knew how to play them after I'd made contact with the ball, but there's always a problem going to the ball. And it also shows that as the ball gets that little bit older, what are we now, 23 overs, nearly 24 overs old with this second new ball. If you can just get over that initial period of movement, then it gets easier as you go on, and that's something that England are going to have to get their heads around once they get this last wicket.
Well defended again. Maiden over, 268 for 9. Lead 64.
Effort. Leachy, get there, Leachy. Effort, mate. Brilliant that. Yes, Leachy. Get there, Nat. Effort there, Leachy, effort, mate.
Little shout for LBW, but well outside the leg stump of Joshua Da Silva. Going for the sweep because there is no man at 45.
Nice. Ball nut.
Fielders will start making their way in. Root and Leach will have that conversation to assess where he wants to bowl, what's his scoring options, trying to potentially still have that man out, whether it's mid-wicket on the leg side or both long on and long off. He's decided he's going to stay with long on and long off back. Craig Overton there, just at the bottom of your screen. I'd have him up and say to Joshua Da Silva, who is sort of leg side dominant, if you want to go over, you've got to open your body up, which then, if there's any little bit of deviation and turn, you might beat him on the outside edge.
Oh, Leachy. Nice that, Leachy. Brilliant that. Love it there, Leachy. Yeah.
Just take one. Very smart batting, clever batting. 269 for 9. Partnership is 24 from 84 deliveries, so the back end of the innings shepherded by Da Silva, doing an excellent job. There were murmurs coming into the series about Joshua Da Silva's performance. Some people said lack of, and that surprised me a lot, because when you look at the context in which he scored a number of his runs since his debut against New Zealand, where he got 50 in his first test match. They've been difficult runs, difficult innings, not big innings or a lot. And as a friend said to me, a lot of times you just don't, Steve, look at numbers. Similarly with bowlers, you can't only look at numbers, you have to look at context. Sometimes you're looking at the type of wickets, top order wickets or lower order wickets that make up the numbers, all of those little scenarios.
Also look at the character as well of the individual, and what sort of character has he got. It looks as though Joshua Da Silva, in the 3 games that I've watched him closely, is that he's a pivotal part of this West Indies unit. Character is very, very strong, very vocal behind the stumps, even though I didn't think he had a very good game. A very, very good day in the first innings. But like we've seen with Ben Foakes, it's been a very difficult surface to keep on. But the character is what I've really enjoyed. You know, he stood up to Stokes last night. The way he's sort of absorbed the game and defended the game and understood where the game's at. And then when the new ball came around, he knew that this is the better time to score. So while we are behind in the game, we still have to try and make the game best possible outcome for the West Indies and seize the moment. So that I've enjoyed that just as much as, you know, the way he's batted in this innings, some of his decision making. But his character has really stood up, and I think both units going into this series, that was one question mark on the sort of character of the teams. England were too soft in the Ashes. You know, it was very, very difficult to stem any tide when the opposition was getting on top of them. The West Indies the same on a losing run. Sometimes you're right, it doesn't go on numbers, it goes on the characters to sort of start the building process back up. And I think there's been good signs from England, really good signs on this trip of their character. You know, 45 for 4 in the first test match, and still looking to push the game as well as in Barbados. The character of Joshua Da Silva is possibly put West Indies into a winning position. 270 for 9.
After 105 overs, we are at 270 for 9. 279 for West Indies. 105 overs gone.
Well, half an hour to go until, just under half an hour to go until lunch on this crucial third day. I have to say, wasn't expecting necessarily at this stage of the day to be watching West Indies still batting. But full credit to all of them, all of the three men involved so far. Da Silva especially, 80 not out.
Nicely, Chief.
Won't use words like hope, because that would express a certain partiality. As a studied neutral, just admire what's going on for the good. And 270 for 9 with a lead of 66 is the situation.
Nice, nice. Really good, Good that, Leachy.
This man has been extraordinarily good.
Brilliant, Leachy.
Just masterminded the whole thing.
No.
It has been quite good. Changed his modus operandi once Jaden Seals came to the wicket.
Good Natty.
Tried to take the strike as much as possible and then retain the strike at the end, close to the end of the over.
Oh, nice, love that, Brilliant.
Well, it's been excellent game management, with the odd close shave, of course, thrown in as well. Won't mention reviews, that's unfair. You reap what you sow, and if you waste reviews, Joe, at earlier stages, just when you need one, that's when it costs. Other close shaves as well.
Yeah, he's had enough. He's brought in everybody almost, except long on, long off and deep mid wicket.
Good nut. Nicely, Chi.
What does Joshua Da Silva do here? He knows the line. He can predict it based on the field. Does he try to go for a boundary? I suspect that he might just be thinking that he's done it a couple times before off Jack Leach, of the final delivery, once successfully. Let's see if he goes for the single or possibly a boundary.
Well, I think Leach gets away with that. It is a maiden. It's 270 for 9. Much mirth between the two keepers. Cue the band. Now, we've certainly got some good local support here today in Grenada. More so, I'd say, than in Barbados and Antigua. But the weekend, at least, one of the minus points, for instance, in Antigua. A lot of that game was played during the working week, and a lot of the locals might have taken that option not to come. But there's a decent crowd in today, not huge. Nice to see all ages represented. I'll tell you what, West Indies too will appreciate the support and the noise and the atmosphere that drives them on, both now with this last wicket partnership, and of course when they start again with the ball, as and when that is. Oh, Jaden Seals tempted.
And you can see the frustration with himself immediately after. He knows that his role is not to score, it's just to spend time there. And he was disappointed with himself after he played the shot, rehearsing the weave, the leave.
As a former left-hander, I'll defend him on the grounds that actually, even though it wasn't necessarily the shot that was required, when you get in that position to play and you're still watching the ball and you realise you're not going to hit it, you can still just get underneath it perfectly safely. Safe in the sense you're not going to get hit, safe in the sense you know you're not going to make contact with the ball. That's the sort of line that will be and should be more testing, but extraordinary how things seem to go quiet when a partnership gets established. It's a sort of chicken and egg thing, isn't it? Does it go quiet and then the partnership gets to work, or does the partnership get to work and then it goes quiet?
And particularly the 10th wicket partnership. The last wicket we saw that in that last session of the first day. And again, a replication of that change in field. BS2. Silly mid off.
Nice try. Lovely try from Stokes, who's trying to get that Yorker in there. Nearly gets it through.
Yeah, the double bluff, isn't it? Bring the fielder close in, expecting a short ball, and then goes full. Jaden Seal manages to get some bat on that, despite the appeal from Johnny Biesto.
Come on, Benny.
Yeah, it's well bowled again, but there's just nothing happening. Here's the other part of the conundrum. In both, or on both first days, the feeling was that after, say, 40, but certainly 50 overs, ball went soft. So it took some of the sting out of the pitch, hence the prosperity of the lower orders. But this is only, what, 30 overs old. That's chipped in the air. Oh, didn't quite come to it. Maybe didn't pick it up in time. Maybe didn't get the correct response to come forward and get the dive in, Jack Leach. Just drops agonizingly short.
They're very similar to the shot that Kalmeas played when he chipped it to Saqib Mahmood. And this time it falls safely. Not too sure he judged the pace of that one. A little bit late to come forward, Jack Leach. Don't think that he would get there anyway, but the frustration continues for Ben Stokes and England. Giroud has retreated to the comfort of the dressing room momentarily, of course.
Well, that was a near-run thing. Dare one say that maybe a different fielder, you've got to judge those off the bat. Sometimes you just don't see the pace off the bat with those. But someone who, if someone had been able in that position to pick it up quicker and move more swiftly, you might be seeing both teams on their way off the field now, not just Joe Root. This is it again. Just sticks in the pitch a little bit, that little flick to the onside. And Jack Leach, two things. One, I think he was just a fraction slow getting going, then couldn't quite get the full length dive in.
Yeah, very uncanny, that shot and the dismissal, like a mention of Kalmeas. Very, very similar. Kalmeas would have timed his one a little bit better. So sometimes the lack of timing assists you as a batsman. Certainly did there.
Yeah, those ones that loop, you're expecting the ball to travel at a different pace when you see the shot. When you get the mistiming and the looped chance, that split second it takes to reassess the flight is exactly what costs you the chance.
John Sam. In there. Three left, three. Nice, man. Nice, buddy.
Jaden Seals has been there for some 81 minutes now, so it's been a long resistance for the West Indian final wicket pair. Field comes in as per.
Oh, no. Nice, man. Nice, bud.
And one delivery left in the over.
Brilliant, that.
Yeah, it's been pretty much double. In other words, Da Silva's faced 60-odd balls now in this final wicket partnership. Seals 36. Da Silva's been very happy to try his best to control his portion of the strike. And then he's had to trust Seals at the other end to survive whatever was left. Well, Stokes helping to make decisions with Jack Leach now. Stokes acting captain with Joe Root off the field. What's the result? After careful consideration, with this one ball left in the over, that square leg goes a bit finer.
Yeah, he fired the final delivery of the previous over down the leg side and was able to bowl that dot delivery. And Joshua Da Silva might be planning for all eventualities now.
Get it. Nice, mate. Nice, mate.
Just settle for the gentle length ball just outside off stump then. Maiden it is, 270 for 9, but Da Silva is not fussed. Root is back on, whatever he went off for. Might have been a moment's consultation. Might have been something rather more prosaic than that, who knows. But the one thing he wants, the one thing he desperately wants now is this final wicket. And then England, of course, have to bat so much better than they did in the first innings. Right, who is going to be the man for England just to find that moment that takes this final West Indies wicket? 270 for 9 means it's a lead now of 66. Stokes has had his turn. Overton now gets to go. And he's got Seals in his sights. Two slips, fine gully, short leg of the close fielders. Well, that's jumped up as well. We saw the one that flicked up in the air at the end of the previous over from Stokes. Leach couldn't get to that. That one's also gone airborne, but hasn't carried by any stretch of the imagination either. Just sticking in the pitch, maybe, that defensive shot. She does well to get it from that angle, to get it to go up.
Yeah, that quite unique playing in front of him. First delivery from Overton for the morning almost produces the wicket. Good aggressive short delivery. And Jaden Seals gets out of the way. Not for the first time, he's had to take evasive action.
I tell you what, Overton in this match has delivered a few very good bounces. Good for the one simple reason, they've all been straight at the man. John Campbell earlier on yesterday, he was the target, 2 in 2. Blows to the helmet. Seals has done his bit, hasn't he? He's taken that evasive action very well when needed. And then he's good at just casually propping forward and casually putting that bat down on the line of the ball.
I don't think we've seen this often enough, though, especially at Jaden Seals. There have been a few, but not enough to really shake him up with a few short deliveries and then try for those full ones. We haven't seen it with the regularity you'd expect. Too many gentle deliveries for him.
Yeah, but he does seem to deal with them. And there was one brilliant leave where it was aimed straight at his head and he managed to sway just at the last second, last split second, just inside. And he watched that last one, even though it got a slightly awkward position, but he watched it well.
Come on, fellas. Come on, boys.
Made his move in the nick of time. Very, very calm, it seems, under that helmet. It'll saunter across towards square leg as he considers the next ball.
Yeah, you mentioned at the start of the stint you didn't expect to be commentated with West Indies still batting at this stage. Very surprising to me as well. Almost 2 hours in. The final wicket pair and still resisting. 270 for 9.
We've got another, what, 11 minutes or so to the scheduled lunch break. I think the conditions have changed. It used to be that lunch was immovable. Lunch was more important than the game. I think nowadays you're allowed to continue when you've got 9 wickets down.
Okay, lads.
So just to confirm, West Indies 9 down. If this resistance continues on and on, lunch will be delayed. You've got up to half an hour you can add to the session when 9 wickets are down. Obviously, as soon as, especially now that we're almost 10 to 12, as soon as this last wicket goes down, from any moment in the next 30 seconds onwards, then lunch will be taken. But resistance still has to be broken down here.
Nice.
Change of angle from Jack Leach. See if anything different happens when he's over the wicket. Well, nothing's going to happen down there, that's for sure.
A change of plans, obvious change of plans. Pack the one side, bowl that leg stump line. I wouldn't say negative, not yet anyway.
Nice, now, about that.
Mind you, if you think about it, over the wicket or round the wicket, Da Silva has been very happy just to block and keep the strike for the first 4 balls of the over, come what may anyway, until not too fussed about leaving Seals with the strike at the other end. So it's a stalemate. I think we'll just continue.
So what are you suggesting? It doesn't matter what the first 4 deliveries are?
No, just put them in, put dots in the book. Save time, just bowl the last 2. It'll help England's over rate as well. Right, 4 balls in, had a chat. Nothing much has changed in terms of the field. Da Silva having a little look round.
Get it. Love that, Nat. Love it, Nat. Brilliant, Leachy. Come on, Natty. Good, mate.
5 in a row. Maidens, that is. 270 for 9. Well, there is a rationale which says the game is going nowhere at the moment. But West Indies have a lot of time on their side. They'll take every run they can in the first innings, knowing that batting 4th might come with problems. So any runs they can add, however long it takes at this stage, is fine by them. Of the 2 sides there out at the moment, 2 men with the bat, the 11 in the field. The desperate ones are wearing cinch on the front of their shirts, and it's been anything but a cinch getting this last wicket.
And it seems as though short ball is the plan of attack now from Craig Overton around the wicket. Has that leg gully, forward short leg, square leg. So those three fielders might just come into play. Also has protection beyond them.
Yeah, that little flick down the leg side actually is the sort of thing that, ironically, sometimes brings the downfall.
Stalemate continues. David, I was prowling around last night, close by the hotel, just in search of some dinner. Of course, social distance, wearing my mask, following all COVID protocols, and on my way back, I met a young man, a very polite young man from Grenada. He said, sir, can I have a word with you? I said, sure, no problem. Really, really nice, well-respectable young man. In there, fall safely. And I said, what's up? And he said, could you kindly do me a favor? And I said, what's the favor? He said, whenever you're referring to Grenada, please include Carriacou and Petit Martinique. I said, sure. He's so passionate about his country, so much patriotism oozing from what he had to say to me. And I said, young man, I promise you, when next time on commentary, I will make mention of those two. I hope he's listening.
Your work here is done. Yeah, I was wondering where that story was going when you mentioned prowling around the Grand Dance late at night, but it ended well. You're right, there's an awful lot of pride in the nation round here, which is lovely.
No, mate. That's all.
Bit of pride in their cricket team as well, which is doing well. 270 for 9 still. That must be 6 maiden overs in a row. Suddenly the ground bursts into life in the background. The music amplified the highest of volumes. Those flags flutter in the breeze. Well, Da Silva's stuck on 80. Seals stuck on 6. West Indies stuck on 270 for 9, but they've earned this lead of 66. Oh! The big shot played and missed. Well, Da Silva trying to break this stalemate. Picks the wrong one.
Some turn from Jack Leach, bounce as well, and no success. Frustration continues.
Catch!
Tries again. Tries again. This ricochets out towards square leg.
Well, he makes some contact this time. Inner part of the bat onto the pad. And not for the first time falling agonizingly close to a fielder, Dan Lawrence.
Well, it was bad on the first one too. Might be worth looking at again at some stage.
Good now.
From all sorts of angles.
Brilliantly. Volley, pal.
Gives himself a bit of space and makes beautiful contact this time. Times that absolutely perfectly.
Yes, the movement before the ball is delivered towards the leg, just to access that offside. He knows the line that Jack Leach is predominantly bowling. A really good shot from Joshua Da Silva. Moves to 86, eyeing up his highest test score.
Nice, not safe.
But more importantly, eyeing up a maiden test ton.
Go!
Again, he makes seriously good contact. Two men in the deep, neither of them anyway or anywhere near that one. So he's suddenly raced on to 90, 280 for 9. Well, after those 6 successive maidens, suddenly a very, very different response from Da Silva. The 2 big shots attempted at the start of the over, rather failed. Beautifully timed cut shot went to the boundary. That's come off the toe end, actually. But again, splits the field. Well, that Leach over cost 10. That's how it finished, outside leg stump. Silva deciding he's seen enough of that. Knows what to do with it. Very little turn, absolutely no turn whatsoever off that one, but just placed it away, hit it hard enough to beat the field. So Joe Root has decided that, having tried various other options to get this final wicket and failed, he might as well give himself a go, if only briefly. Lead has gone on to 76. Da Silva's gone on to 90. Seals has strike. So you've got the off spinner trying to turn the ball away from the left-hander now with the slip in place.
Keep running that straight.
Oh, they've gone straight up for the appeal. Big long stride forward from Seals. England have no reviews. There's nothing much they can do about it.
No, he hasn't.
Ooh. Ooh. Ooh.
Very close. Very good shout from Joe Root and England.
Brilliant, Ruti.
It'll be interesting to see the trajectory of that ball. I'm sure we'll see that shortly.
Go.
Gets a single off strike.
Well, that will annoy Root. That will annoy England as a whole, actually, because he's the man they wanted the off spinner to bowl at. Now, here we go with that first one. Phew. That would have been painful had Hawkeye given the impression it was going to hit. As it is, Joe Root will know it was mighty close. Might have been a moment of inspiration bringing himself on, but now it's Da Silva again, who's in the spotlight. 90 not out. Still largely a run-saving field for now, but there's a gesture which means, yep, there goes another one. So you've got the deep point, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, and now the deep long on is also going out there. You can get there in ones if he wants to.
He might be eyeing up long off with the angle that Joe Root is bowling from around the wicket. If he can use that angle to go over mid-off, that might be his best option if he's looking for a boundary, that is.
Oh yeah, Ruti.
Sometimes I've been told, David, I haven't experienced it myself, but when you get into the 90s, your thinking becomes muddled.
Good Ruti, good Ruti. Bye, Ruta.
I can't remember. Well, there is a tendency, especially when it's potentially your first one, to get a bit overexcited. Well stopped by folks. That could easily be a wide. In fact, that's more wide than some wides I've seen called wide. But it ain't called a wide this time. 281 for 9.
And the West Indies continue to frustrate England. Good partnership of 36 between Seals and Da Silva. It's been a long session so far for the England.
Yep, it's going to be even longer because one of the quirks of the playing conditions are that when the team is 9 down, you'll have an extra half an hour to try and take the wicket instead of going to the lunch break, which is a bit of an insult to the two West Indies batters. Shane Seals has just donged Jack Leach for 6 over long on. What a way to reach your highest score so far in Test match cricket.
Take that, Jack Leach, is what Jaden Seals is saying. It was a good blow, really struck it well. And immediately, there's a man placed at long on.
Lead now 83. Just the pain grows with every delivery, with every minute out there in the field. This partnership now lasted 104 minutes.
What a test match we're having here.
Come on, bud. Yes,
West Indian faces in the crowd looking a lot more relaxed than their counterparts from the UK. Another catching man comes in. Dan Lawrence will move to Silly Point. It was catchable, but he's too close to react. Another over ticks by. 6 runs from it, 287 for 9. Well-earned refreshment for Seals and Da Silva. Another chance has gone begging. Used to field in there at Silly Point a lot. And anticipating and diving in before the ball hits the bat and standing that close is a surefire recipe for that happening. No chance whatsoever for Dan Lawrence there. Had he been in the right place, it would have been a straightforward one. Overton comes back on to replace Joe Root. England now facing the prospect of another, what, 24 minutes in the field. 115 overs, more racked up in the legs of the bowlers. Perhaps most significantly of all, that lead of 83 now.
This is another rule that I am not in favor of. When the last pair bat resolutely to get on up to the lunch period.
Two was the call, and they'll get them. Yeah, as I said, it feels like a bit of an insult to Da Silva and Seals, who've done great work to get their team up to that lunch break. And they have to stay out there for another half an hour. I suppose at the moment they don't mind. The runs are coming. England are almost on their knees here.
Yeah, but it's not something that I'm for.
Slammed away through mid-off. A rare boundary on the offside for Da Silva, but it's an emphatic one.
Certainly is. He moves to 96, 4 runs away from what would be a well-deserved Test 100. Certainly has batted well from the time he came to the crease. And if he deserves 100, he does.
Certainly does. Now his highest score in Test match cricket, passing the 92 he made against Bangladesh. Goes down the ground. He thinks he's got there. He certainly has. What an innings from Josh Da Silva. The ecstasy written all over his face, and boy, he's deserved that. Concentration, courage, it's had the lot.
A brilliant 100. A maiden Test 100 for Joshua Da Silva, the West Indies wicketkeeper batsman. He certainly deserved it. Played exceptionally well for his team. Marshalled the lower order with quite a few partnerships. Standing ovation all around. Well deserved, Joshua Da Silva. Take a bow.
He's had to do it the hard way as well. Hasn't gone out there and blazed it to all parts with the tail. He's had to put trust and faith in them. They have responded, and he has made a quite brilliant maiden Test match century. Well might he be smiling. 255 deliveries, just the 10 boundaries, strike rate below 40. And yet another significant partnership. 52 now between himself and Jaden Seals for the 10th wicket. He's going to have to take a bit of time to gather himself and collect himself, because the moment was such a passionate one, euphoric one for him. What a breakthrough moment that is for young Josh Da Silva.
It certainly will be a moment he will never forget. Well deserved.
There was a nick, there was a sound there and gone. Well, would you believe it? Josh Da Silva's going to review, he may as well. West Indies have 3 left, but I think he knows he's edged
Copy,
it.
Joel. Review.
And wouldn't you believe
review,
it?
review for caught.
Broken because of the 100.
Third umpire, the television director. We have a player review for caught. The original decision is out. I've already checked the front foot. It's a fair delivery. Can you move on to front on spin? And the ball is very close to the bat. Very close to the bat. I'm going to need ultra edge to confirm. Just waiting on ultra edge, Joel. Ultra edge coming up. Just rock and roll it. Take it back, take it back. There appears to be a gap there. Okay, go forward, go forward. Right there, freezing next to the bat. There appears to be a gap between bat and ball. Take it all the way through, roll it through, and see if there's any contact with the pad. Yeah, there's contact with the back leg as the ball passes through. I'm ready to go back on field to Joel. Joel, I'm going to have to advise you to overturn your decision to not out. You're on screen signal now.
Oh, that's extraordinary. The game has descended into the realms of farce here. Joel Wilson gave out Josh Da Silva on the field. Josh Da Silva just called for the review as an afterthought. He felt that he'd hit it. He thought he was out. And in fact, before the decision came in from the TV umpire to overturn the decision, Josh Da Silva had left the field. Quite remarkable.
Very remarkable, Butch. I've never seen this before. And it just tells you how exciting this test match is, one way or the other. Runs, wickets, teams leaving the field, got to come back on. What a test match we're having.
Oh boy, Josh Da Silva, his senses must have been so over-heightened from making the 100 that he was sensing contact in the bat that didn't exist.
What a thing. What a thing.
I've never seen that before. I've never seen a batsman give himself out before. Barring the odd terrified tail ender back in the days of Walsh and Ambrose.
Frustration on the part of Chris Overton. Craig Overton, I beg your pardon. 297 for 9.
Yeah, emotions boiling over. But Josh Da Silva was just outside of his ground. England are arguing that it was fair game.